This is Andrew with the Best Tech. In this session, we're going to master how to create a full-stack cutting-edge job search application. We're going to take UI design into consideration, making the most appealing design for our application. We're going to cover various technologies, and the technologies that we're going to cover are as follows. We're going to use Firebase, not only for our front end, but we're also going to use it for our back end. We're also going to take a look at how we can create the most advanced Node Express server, as well as using Mongodb advanced queries in our backend. And as for our front end, we're going to be using Flutter, and we're going to use Provider as our state management. Our application comes with a lot of cool features, including a product-oriented Firebase chart. So without wasting any time, let's jump in and take a look at our application and introduce all the features. And introduce the main features of our application. So if you open our application, the first thing that we see is our onboarding screen. So here we can slide, and to end our application, we have to press this button, continuous guest. So on our onboarding page, if we try to go back, now we don't have the ability to go back. So we should just enter the application. So here, our application, we have the ability to view the jobs without even logging into the application. But if you want to do more inside the application, then we should go ahead and log in. So if we go to our menu here, we have this zoom drawer. So our chart is going to have a chart. Our app is going to have a chart, bookmarks, and if you make an application for a job, you will see your applications here in the profile. So all these pages are logged. You cannot see them unless you log in. But before we go on to introduce our login page, let's go on to our home page. In our home page, we need to check our page, our job page. So this is our job page. We have description, the requirements of the job, and you are able to apply here. But since we are not logged in, we can only be prompted to the login page. So let's go back. Let's go ahead and test our search. So if we search for something, let's say for a job, we're going to search for something that's related to Java. So here we have a Java backend developer job. So if you click on it, you're taken to the job. Press back is the same. We press back, we are taken back to this page. And here we have the ability to see all the jobs that are the popular jobs that we have in our application. And if we click, we can be redirected to this page. So for a logged in user, have the ability to add this job to Bookmarks. But for now, you cannot see where to add the job because we are not logged in. So let's go back. Same as here, we can see all the jobs that we have in our recently posted jobs. So let's go ahead and try to log into an account. So if you press login, we're prompted to our login page. So our authentication requires an email and a password. So I have an account already, but before we log in, we have a registration page. So we have to provide a full name, email, and a password. And our password here is obscure. We can either show it or hide it, but we don't want to log in as yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the login screen. So in our login screen, we have to enter the email. If we come to our profile, we are no longer redirected to the login page. We are redirected to our profile page. That means we are successfully logged in. And if we take a look at our product page, now we have the ability to add a job to the bookmarks and delete a bookmark. So if we delete a bookmark, this is the message that we receive. So let's take, for example, we add this job to our bookmarks, and we come here, we visit our bookmarks. So this is the job that we just added to our bookmarks. If we come and remove it, and we go back, that job is no longer existent. So that means our bookmarks are working fine. So down here, this user cannot apply for the job since he's the one who uploaded the job. So this is an agent account. So our application has three types of users. We have the administrator, we have an agent, and we have a user, like a regular user. So for an agent, they can only edit the job they've uploaded. So if they press edit, they're taken to this page where they can edit the job and re-upload the job. So here we have the switcher. Here we can choose from a choice chip. Let's go back. So if it is an agent, we go to our profile, and in our profile here, an agent has the ability to upload a job. If you are to upload a job, then you can enter the information of the job that you want to upload, and then you can press upload. Then the job will be sent to our backend. And here we have agent information. This part only appears if a person is an agent. And if you want to edit this part, you can click on edit. This is the information related to the agent. So let's press back. And here right on top, we have the ability to add SKUs. For example, we want to add one more SKU to this list. We can just press this button and the text field appears here. So let's just write anything random and we add the job. We add the SKU. So this is the SKU that we have here. If we long press on the SKU, we have an icon here to delete the SKU. So if we delete, then the SKU should be gone. So we should refresh the page a little. So the SKU is gone. So right now, let's go ahead and introduce the differences in profiles. So we have one profile for agent and the other profile for a regular user. So for an agent, we have agent information, and the agent can be able to upload a job, but the other user can only apply to become an agent. And if he is verified that, okay, this particular person is now an agent, that's when they'll get a profile, which is the same as the agent's. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead, visit a job. So we have this job right here and we want to apply for the job. So if we press apply, we are taken to the chat. So this is our chat list. This is the agent that we're talking to on this particular job. And right on top, we have agencies and companies. So we'll get a recommendation. We'll get recommendations, random recommendations. Each and every time that we open this page, we'll get a different set. So here we have Churchill at first. So if we go to bookmarks, come back to charts, it should give us a random. So everything is changing. Here, the last one is Dr. Dre, and the first one is Churchill. So if we refresh this page again, then we should get a different order. It's not supposed to be the order, but I have a few agents in my backend. That's why we can see the same. But if we have more, then you get 7 different agents each and every time a person opens a page. So let's take, for example, Dr. Dre here. If we click on Dr. Dre, we'll see the information that is related to Dr. Dre's agency, the name, the address, and their working hours, and the jobs they have uploaded to this application. So let's go back. Now we want to focus on our chart. We have the name of the person that we're chatting to, the time the message was sent, and here we have an opener. Okay, so if we click in here, our status is online, and we said it's a product-oriented chart. That means we're not opening a chart with a person, but we're opening a chart based on a particular product. And for this instance, our product is a job. So that's our product. So here we can send a message like hello. So before we send, let's come here, open our chart. So this is what we can see. So if I send this message here, it's going to be updated. So this message has been sent like at 15:24. That's the same time here. We want to respond to the message. So if we start typing here, we'll get a typing status on the other user. And if we send this message, this is the message that we can see here, and the profile picture that we can see belongs to this user, to the agent. Okay. So one other thing here, we have a count of one message. And if I click here, open the chart, the count is always going to remain 1. But if the other user who we send the message to clicks, then the count becomes 0 or it disappears. That means the user has read the message. So let's just type something random, send, we have our message. So this is how our chart works. After this, we need to go ahead each and every time that we open or we apply for a job, that job is sent to our backend and we can see it in our applications. So if we open, we've applied for this job. Okay, this is the job that we applied for. We can view the job. Like now we have the details of Flutter application. So one thing that I need to address before we proceed is like when we are finished with our backend, like the authentication, make sure that you go ahead and push the changes to your GitHub so that they can be sent to your railway to redeploy the application. Because if the application is redeployed, we don't need to do anything else. We just need to call our endpoints in our application with no problem. So that's a first. And the next thing that we need to do here, right at the top of our registration page, okay, let's close these other pages that we are not using. Right at the top, we need to make some changes. Right at the top, we should go ahead and dispose these controllers as soon as we are done using them. So here, we're going to have dispose. So we're going to dispose all 3 controllers, starting with the email. Okay, so we're going to dispose these 3, and let's just save. So we get email, password, and username. And the other thing, we need to go ahead and change this to our sign up controller or sign up provider, because we have a sign up provider here. But since some of the values are going to be the same as the ones that we have in our login provider, we might as well just come here, copy this one that we created, and we paste it in our sign up notifier. Okay, we save it, go back to our registration, and we need to change the object that we are consuming here to sign up notifier. And this one, it has to be a sign up notifier as well. So we just copy paste and we make this a lowercase like that. So now we're accessing our sign up notifier to get the obscure value, okay, even to set like that. So we just need to replace. Okay, so we are done. So the places that we are replacing are in this password custom field. Okay, so first we have the obscure text property. We have to get the boolean from our provider. After that, on tap, that is our suffix icon. If we tap our suffix icon here, we should change the state. So here we're using our sign up notifier to just trigger the change, to change it to the opposite of the current state. And here we're using that state to just switch the icons, whether to display a visibility or visibility off. So that's all that we need to do now for that part. Now we need to go ahead and run a few tests. We need to have not a few tests, but we need to create some more variables. Okay, so in our sign up provider, we want to create another boolean. So let's copy this one that we have, paste it down. Okay, let's keep them together. So this one is the first provider. We want to create our next provider, and our next provider is going to be a boolean as well. So this one is going to be a loader. So I'm going to select the text, Control D, like that. Okay, so we have our loader, and we can copy this boolean, and we want to paste it as well inside our login provider, like that. So let's format the code. So here we have two values. Okay, let's just create a little bit of space, and we close this one and close that one. Okay, let's save this page. After saving, we want to go back to our registration. So here in our body, we have to go to our body first. So here we need to access our loader. Okay, so to access our loader, we are going to access signup_notifier.loader. So if our loader is equals to true, then we are going to display a page loader. Else we're going to display our widget. So let's bring this down so that our code can be a little bit arranged. Let's close this for a second, and let's add const over here like that. So if we save, we're going to have a loader here. This is because our loader we just copied with a value, and the value that we copied with is true. So we need to make this initially, we need to make it false initially so that we can display our page. Okay, let's force reset here. Okay, so our page is showing just fine. So we need to do the same for our login provider as well. We need to set this one to false. If we set it to false, then we need to go ahead and hook the page loader to our login page. So we're going to be alternating between the two, making changes. So it's supposed to be here, login notifier.loader, and then we're going to display const page loader. Okay, otherwise we're going to display this container as we did for the other one. We're going to bring this down. So here, let's go ahead, reset continuous guests, and then we press our profile. So our login is okay. So we're going to trigger a change here, a change to our loader when we press this button when we're processing the data. So when we're processing, we're showing a loader. We are not going to show this page. We're going to show a loader whenever we are done and set loader to false again, then we are going to be redirected to the next page. Okay, or we are going to be shown this page that we have. So since we get that out of the way, we need to create our functions to post data to our REST API. So here we need to come to our services, and we are going to open auth controller. So here we have not auth controller but auth helper. In our auth helper, we have our client. Okay, so we need to create the one to sign up first. Okay, so we need to sign up, and then we need to come back and create the one to log in, or we can create them both, and then we can just go ahead and implement them in our application. So first, we're going to have a static future boolean. So here it's supposed to be future bool. This is our return value. So here it's supposed to be sign up, and our sign up is going to be asynchronous since we're waiting for a return value from our backend. So in here, the first thing that we need, we are going to have a try catch. It's supposed to be a try catch. Okay, so we have our try catch. So in our try, we're going to have our headers. So we've worked with this jobs helper before. So we have our headers here. So it's better if we just copy our headers from here, or we can just copy most of the stuff. But here, let's copy our headers and do it step by step. So first we need our headers. Now that we have our headers, we need our URL. Let's bring this up a little bit. Close this. We're going to have our URL. So here we're going to have var URL. It's supposed to be var, not car. Var URL is equals to uri.https. We're going to be using HTTPS. So here we need our best URL first, which is API URL, and then we need our endpoint, which is sign up URL, like that, and we need to close it. So now we have our URL. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create a variable for response. So we're going to have var response, is equals to await. We're going to await for our client. It's not wait, but await client.posts. So when we are posting, we're going to require the URL, the headers, and the model. Okay, so first we have our URL already, and we have our request headers. So here we're going to mention headers, and we're going to map them to a request headers. And our body, we have to pass our body here. So I'm going to pass our body as a model, So this model is the one that we are going to have here. And we're not going to convert our data in here, but we're going to convert it before we send it to this function. Okay, so let's close here. Now, if we have we need to process our response here once we run this. Okay, so here it's supposed to be the response. So down at the bottom, we are going to go ahead and have a condition. So here we need to have an if statement. So response.status code supposed to be status code is equals to, okay, we're no longer in JavaScript, 200, then 201, since it's a creation, because when we're creating something, we're using 201 instead of 200. If it is 200, then we need to go ahead and return something. So here, we're just going to return true. And let's close it. Else, we're going to go ahead and return false, or like that, but we need to handle our error here. Okay, so if we have an error, what we can do, we can just return false. We don't want to do too much. So we are done with this function. Now let's go ahead and create the one for logging in. So we create both functions, and then we can go ahead to implement them. So let's just copy this one. After copying, we want to paste it down here. So it's supposed to be login. So it requires the same. We're going to require our header, and here we're going to have a login URL, and our response is going to be a post. Here it's going to be a post method. We require URL, headers, and a body. Okay, so here if status is 200, then we need to do a little bit more than we did when we are registering. So here we're going to have final instance of our shared preference. We need to initialize shared preference is equals to prefs. No, the name first is equals to await shared preference dot get instance. Okay, like that. So we need to store some of the data that we get from our response to our shared preference. Okay, so first we need to just create some variables where we are going to store these variables. So the first one is going to be a token. So our token is going to come from, the best way to do it is to just here process the data. Okay, so let's create a variable with the name user is equals to login model from JSON. So here we're going to pass response.body like that. It's supposed to be a body here, and we close it. So once we have this data, we can be able to access it. Okay, so here we need to await our prefs, and we need to set string. It's supposed to be prefs dot set string. That's the first. So our first key is going to be token. We're going to store our token in here. So our value is going to be this user dot. Okay, we used it wrong. Here it's supposed to be login response model. Okay, response. So take note, here it's supposed to be response. The other one is a request. So here it's supposed to be user token. So we're going to set the user token inside of our prefs with the key token. Next, we're going to require a user ID. So our user ID is going to be ID user.id. Here we're going to require profile as well. So here .profile, and we're also going to set our username. So here it's supposed to be username. And if this user is successfully logged in and our status is 200, we need to set our prefs. We need to set a boolean, set bool, and our bool here is supposed to be logged in. So this signifies that a user is logged in. Okay, so we're going to be using this recurringly in our application. So this is our key. and the value is going to be true. And let's go ahead and close it. So that's all that we need to do here. And we're going to return true here after this process is done. Else, if we have an error, we're going to return false. And if we catch an error, we're going to return false as well. So here we can just save. Before we even handle this, we need to address one other issue. The issue, like, okay, so let's take, for example, we want to reload our application. We are going to go back to our onboarding screen. We want to just get rid of the onboarding screen since it's not our first time. So what we need to do, we need to go to page 3 of our onboarding screen, page 3 widget. Let's close auth helper for now, jobs helper. Here we can leave this open. So we need to go to our views. In our views, we need to go to screens, onboarding, widgets, page 3. Okay, so we're going to main screen here. So before we go to main screen, we want to have an instance of our shared preference. Okay, so we're going to have final shared preference here. Prefs, supposed to be prefs is equals to await shared preference dot get shared preference. So we have to get rid of this error, we have to make this asynchronous like that, so we don't have an error. Let's close this. Okay, so now we need to set entry point to true. Okay, so here we're going to say prefs. When we click the button, we're going to say prefs. We're going to set a boolean inside of our shared preference, not get bool, but it's supposed to be set bool. Okay, dot set bool. So we need to provide a key. So our key is going to be entry point, and the value here is going to be true. Okay, so if our entry point is true, then when we hot reset here, we should be directed to the main screen directly rather than going to the onboarding screen. Okay, so let's take, for example, not take for example, but let's go to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we have this default home. Okay, we need to set a logic before we even run anything. Okay, so inside of our void main, we need to have an instance of our shared preference. So if we come here and copy this line, paste it here, and import our shared preference, then we want to get the value from our shared preference, check whether it's true. If it's true, we direct the user to, we set this to a different page. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do it and explain as we do. So after, so here we're going to have a final entry point is equals to prefs dot get. So we're getting a boolean. So we need to provide the key. The key is entry point. So the key has to be the same as the key that we provided when we are setting the value. So if this key is not found, then we're going to set it to false. And let's close it here. Okay. So now that we have this key, we are going to have a condition. If entry point is equals to true, then we're going to set default home. This default home that we have on top is equals to const main screen, like that. So that's all that we need to do here. Okay, I'm going to remove this to do. So if we click here, then everything is okay. But when we restart this application, okay, let's see, we do have an error. So let's see what we can do different. Binding has not been, okay. So to use this await here, we need to include this line. Okay, that's too much. Widgets flutter binding, not blinding. Okay, dot ensure initialize, like that. That's all we need to do here. We don't need some extra stuff. Firebase, we're going to handle it on its own. So let's go ahead and try to reset. So now we are being redirected to this page. We're no longer redirected to the onboarding screen. Okay, so we can hot reset again. We're being redirected to this page. So these are the lines that we need to add here. Okay, these lines, as well as setting a condition here. Not setting a condition, but just setting this to true, so that we can use the boolean value whenever we hot reset or reopen our application. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Now we need to go ahead and handle our ready to send the data. We need to validate our form before we submit it. Though we are like validating a little, we need to have a proper validation. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we are going to require is a key, okay, a global key. So here, let's create a variable inside of our sign up provider. It's going to be the sign up form key. It's going to be global key, and here it has to be a form state. Okay, so let's close it. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a boolean. So this boolean, we have to, it's more like a function. We have to create a function. We have to give it a name, validate, and save. It's supposed to be saved here. So since it's a function, it has to return something. That's why we do have the error. So the first thing we are going to create a variable is equals to the variable that we created on top, current state, the current state of our form. Okay, so here now we need to check. So let's have our condition validate. So if our form is valid, then we're going to save the form and we're going to return true. Otherwise, we're going to just return false. It's supposed to be return false here, like that. So we're going to close this. So we are done with that part. Our next part is going to be a function. We have to create a function. So here it's supposed to be sign up with a lowercase. So this function is going to check a model. So the model we're going to send it to. This model is supposed to be a string because we're going to convert our model to a string, and then we're going to send it to this function so that we can send it to our auth helper. Okay, so here we're going to call auth helper dot sign up. So when you are signing up here, we are passing this model to our function, and then we're going to get a response. So this is our response. Our response is going to be true or false. So we're going to say response here. So if our response is equals to false, okay, so let's do it like this in braces, and we have a condition here. If our response, this response is the response that we are passing from this function, okay, so it's the return value, this return value. So if the return value, if the response is equals to, okay, let's just say the response, or we can just say is equals to true, then we want to proceed and do something. If our response is false, then we need to do something else. So we are going to have if and else. So let's bring this down, and here we're going to have else, and we're going to close it. So in our else, we're going to, the first thing that we're going to do is to set loader to false. So this loader that we have here is the one that we're going to use here. Loader is equals to false, and we're going to close it here. And then we're going to go ahead and use a snack bar from getX. So we're going to use get.snackbar. Our snack bar requires a title. So our title is going to be, it's supposed to be a string. Failed to sign up. And the message, you will be like, please check your credentials, something like that, something along those lines. Your credentials. Oh, that's a wrong spelling. Okay, and we need to close it here, but that's not all that we need to do. We can set some other parameters in here. So we have our title, and we have to set the color text. Okay, for color text, let's set it to white. So here we're going to use colors. Here it's supposed to be dots K-light, like that. Background color, we can use a dark color, but that's not advisable. So here, since it's an error, let's go ahead and use K-orange because it's something that is closer to red. And let's have our icon. Icons dot add alert. So we need to go ahead and cut this. So first we're going to have an icon, and whatever we wrote first, we're going to paste it inside. And let's add const like that. So that's what we're going to return. We're going to return a snack bar right on top if we have an error. And if we don't have an error, everything is okay. What we need to do, we need to just set the loader to false as well. After setting the loader to false, then we're going to redirect the user to the login screen. So we're going to use our get navigation to get off all. And here we have to provide the name of the page, and the name of our page is going to be the login, because if a user is logged in, if a user is signed up, then they have to be redirected to the login so that they can log into their newly created account. So let's go ahead and add const over here to get rid of the complaining lint. So we are done with this part. So here, what we can do, I want to go to this sign up. Okay, so if this is true, I'm going to print something here, success. It's something that I'll get rid of in a little bit. So next we're going to go to our page, this page, and try to implement it. We'll visit our registration page. So we need to go to views, screens, registration. Instead of a registration, we need to go to this button, the button that we have here. We need to set the logic. Okay, so here, this is the button that we're talking about. So here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have our sign up notifier. And here we want to access the loader, and we want to set it to true. Okay, we want to set our loader to true. Once our loader is true, then we want to process the data in the background. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to require, a model. Okay, so here we have a model already. So we're going to have the sign up model, and we have to give it a name. Model is equals to sign up model. Then we can pass the values that we want to pass. Okay, so here we're going to have our sign up model typo like that. So we have to provide the username, email, and the password. Okay, so this is the data that we're going to send to our backend. So here we just have to add .text like that. So we have to do the same for all our fields, the email and the password. So now we have this model, but that's not the model that we want to use. We want a string to be sent to our function. Okay, so we're going to go ahead down below. We're going to have a string. Okay, this string, we're going to give it a name, new model is equals to sign up model to JSON. Okay, so we need to pass the data, and the data that we should pass here is of type model. Okay, so if we pass this model, our error will go away, and here now we have our string. So this string is the one that we want to pass to our function. So here let's access sign up notifier, and then we need to sign up. So here we're requiring this model, and this model is of type nope, not model. We have this error because we are not anticipating to have a model here, but if we put new model, we are anticipating a string. So if you visit here, that's a string, and if you visit here, it's supposed to be a string. Okay, so let's just put the type so that we won't have any mistakes. So in our auth helper, the type here should be a string model. Okay, so let's go back to our registration. So here we are registering. Once we get the response is going to be processed here. Okay, so if you're successfully logged in, then we're going to be sent to, if you're successfully registered, we are going to be sent to the login page. And if we are not, then we're going to receive this snack bar. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to run a test. Let's just restart our application so that we can have a fresh page. So here, registration, full name. I'm running out of names, so forgive me. Fruit. airport@debesttech.com. Okay, my keyboard keep on pressing itself, so I might need to redo that. Let's go ahead and capitalize the name, debesttech.com, like that. And our password is going to be the same. Password 123. Okay, I'm going to select everything here, and I'm going to copy. Before I press sign up, I want to just maximize this a little bit to increase the size, not to maximize. So I'm going to press. So now we have our loader, we have our success message here, and we are redirected to the login page. So that means we're able to to log in here. So here, if I paste, okay, let's try to make some little bit of adjustments. Okay, we haven't implemented our login as yet, so we can try to implement our login and try to log in here. Okay, but for our sign up, everything is working fine. We don't have any errors. Okay, so right now we need to go ahead and process our login. We need to deal with our login. So if you're logging in, we're going to just do the same as what we did for our sign up. Almost the same. The process might be a little bit different, but it'll be almost the same. So here, let's go ahead and open our sign up provider. Okay, from our sign up provider, let's go ahead, copy this, and we need to paste it in our login provider right below. So if you are logging in, we're going to be redirecting the user to the main screen. Okay, and this login is going to require a model as well as Zoom notifier context. Okay, this Zoom notifier, because we don't know which index will be on when we log in, so we require this. When we log in, we set the index to current index, the Zoom current index to 1, because you want to redirect the user to the home page instead of having an error. Okay, so here I'm going to have current index is equals to 0. So we are done with our index. So whenever we are going to call this function, we are going to provide these two. Okay, our loader set for Zoom. Okay, so here we can get to in the way. It's okay. Okay, so I guess that's all that we need to do. Now we need to change this to log in. So we are done with this part here. So we can just close it. Let's see. Okay, right underneath, we want to create a new function to get prefs, like to get preference. We need to check whether a user is logged in before we proceed. Since our application is going to be it's not going to be an authentication first kind of application, we need to check whether the user is logged in or not so that we can display the correct pages. So here, what we can do, we can have our shared preference. We have to have a final, but instead of declaring it outside, that's like inside of a function. No, it should be inside of a function because we want to await. So it's supposed to be final shared preference prefs is equals to shared preference dot get preference, get instance. So here we need to add await like that. So everything else remains the same. So let's just close this here, and we have to make it asynchronous. Okay, so now that we have our prefs, we can use our prefs to get the instances that we store in our shared preference. So we're going to, here we have our entry point. So we have to create this entry point inside of this file. Okay, entry point is equals to prefs.getBook, and our key is going to be entry point like that. So we need to create this boolean. Okay, so since we have the other booleans that we created before, we can just copy one of them and then paste the code. So here we're going to have okay, not okay. So from here to where it ends. Okay, so we're going to call it entry point like that. So now that we have the entry point, so let's see here. Okay, so the error, if that value is not found, we're going to return false like that. So our error is gone. So that's our first value. Our next value is going to be logged in. So if a user is logged in, we're going to have another boolean that we're going to set. So we need to create this one the same way that we created the entry point. We want to create another one for logged in. Okay, so let's go ahead, copy the name. One other thing that we need to do here, so this one is a nullable bool. Let's make it a nullable bool since we are going to provide something below false. Okay, it's supposed to be logged in. So logged in is going to be the same as our entry point is going to be a nullable. If a user is logged in, isn't logged in, we're going to return false. So let's go ahead, close this. Okay, let's open it for you to see. Okay, so we have a lot of booleans in here. So we are done with 2 of our values, which is entry point, logged in. Now we need to get the name, UID, name, and profile. Okay, so these are going to be string. Let's see, do we have username? No. So a username, we're supposed to put it in constants. We're just going to store it in constants. It's supposed to be username, and it's going to be a string here. String username is equals to an empty string user UID, and we're going to have our profile down below as a string like that. So this is going to come in, like it's going to become handy when we're creating our chart. So for now, it might not seem important, but it's best if we set them now. So here we're supposed to have prefs dot get string. So we have to provide the key. Our string is going to be username, or the username is going to be just empty like that, and we need to close. After the username, we need to provide the user UID. So here, user UID is going to be UID. If I can still remember the way that we set it in this auth helper. So let's go to auth helper, services, auth helper, user ID. We didn't set a UID. Okay, so we need to go ahead and do that. We're going to set it as UID, user dot UID. Okay, so let's close it. Username, UID, profile, and the profile, we're going to get the profile here. What other value do we need? A token. Now a token, we are going to get it straight from the prefs, and then we can use it. So we need to call this function every time when we enter our login page. Okay, so here, going back to our login page, let's go close this registration. We can leave it open for now. Okay, close this provider. Okay, we need to go to this page, which is the login page. So here, every time we're going to go ahead, if we set it here, the user logs in once. Okay, we just get the values. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So here it's supposed to be login notifier dot get prefs like that. Close it. We don't need to do anything else. So we're done with that part. Next, let's go ahead and focus on this button. Okay, so our button is going to be just a walkthrough. Like, we're not going to do too much. Okay, on tap here, we're going to check whether that's supposed to be inside. We're going to have a condition. If our login notifier dot, we need to have our validator. We can choose to validate or just leave, because we are validating our form right here on top and right at the bottom in our custom text fields, so we don't need extra validation. What we can do here, we can access our login notifier, and we're going to set loader to true. But first, before that, what we need to do, we need to create our model. So here we're going to have a login model with the name model is equals to login model, like that. So here it's supposed to be email.text. It's supposed to be password.text. And let's go ahead and close it. After closing it, we need to convert it to a string before we send it to our backend. So right here, let's go ahead. We're going to say, we're going to create a new string, a new variable, new model, just the same way that we did for our sign up. So we're going to have our login model to JSON, and here we're going to pass the model, and let's close it. So now we have our new model. We can use our new model to log in. So here we're going to call in login notifier, and we're going to call the login function. So first we need to provide this model here, and we need to pass the zoom notifier. That's why we wrap this button in a zoom notifier, so that we can provide the context. Okay, after that we can set to true. Here, set the loader to true. Okay, let's put this, let's view for the registration. This should be up, and it works fine, so it's okay. So with this current setup, we can go ahead and try to log in. If we do have an error, we come back, try to rectify it. But if we don't, then that means we've done it the correct way. So here, I just want to take note here, this model is dynamic. So I want to just mention the type is of type string. So we are going to pass this string to our body here. Okay, so we are done with that part. So now let's go ahead and try to log in. So here our password is going to be password 123. That's correct. Let's see whether we have anything that we missed before we proceed. So here on 200, I'm going to print a message success like that, and then continue to do this other stuff. Right now, if we run this, we are going to run into some several errors, starting from our backend up until our frontend. So I'm just going to try to log in. So here we do have a success message, but we didn't go anywhere. Nothing happened. So the first thing that we need to do, let's fix this problem here, and then we can proceed to go ahead and fix our backend. So I need you to get rid of this try catch, so that we can remain with just this. Okay, we have our headers, URL, our condition. We have this here, and we are returning true or false. Okay, that's the first thing. So after that, we're going to try to log in again. So here, now our function is working fine, but our UID wasn't sent to our backend, so we won't be able to retrieve it. Okay, so let's go back to our backend. Let's see whether our backend is here. Okay, so our backend is here. So this is our backend. Here, everything that we're doing is correct, but we did one thing wrong. Okay, so if you come to user, we forgot to add UID in our user schema. So go ahead, add UID here. Okay, once you add UID, you are just going to save. And next thing that you need to do, you push your changes to GitHub. Okay, after pushing your changes to GitHub, then we have to go back to our application, reset here. So I'm going to try to register a new account. So it's supposed to be a@a.com. That's a username. It's not the email. Okay, that's going to be our name, and password is going to be the same, password 123. So let's show our password. Okay, sign up. We're successfully signed up. Log in. But before we even log in, let's go ahead, go to our database. So this is our database. If you see, this user that we created didn't have a UID. So if we refresh our database, we're supposed to get a UID. Our last user should have a UID. Okay, so this user has a UID. So now we can try to log in that user. Okay, so it's supposed to be a@a.com, password 123. Okay, that is correct. So let's go back to our auth helper. In our auth helper, we just need to get rid of this. Let's get rid of this, comment it out. You want to minimize the number of errors. Okay, we want to minimize the number of errors, or we can try with it. So to try with it, we're going to change this to user. We might get lucky, then we won't be we won't take an extra minute of debugging the code. Okay, so here let's just go ahead, comment that out. And okay, so here we have our user ID token, user ID, UID, profile, username, and then we have our login. Okay, so it saved us time. It saved us time to debug. So now we are successfully logged in. So we are done with this part. So the changes that we need to make in order for this to work, we need to go back to our backend. It puts the UID inside of our model of our schema, and we need to go ahead and remove try catch here, so that we will have like a flawless process. So we are done with our authentication. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and hook all these pages to auth. Like if a user is logged in, then we should display the right page. If they're not logged in, then we should redirect them to the page they will use to go to the login page. Even our profile has to be logged. Okay, so let's take, for example, if we click here, we're redirected to the login page. Okay, so did we set the logic already? Let's see. Probably that was automatic. That was automatic. I didn't even expect that. Okay, so let's get back and try to check profile from here. Okay, still working for this. So we just need to set logic for the other ones. But if we use home, if we try to, that's weird. Okay, I'll check the logic in our home page first, because this user is logged in. Okay, we changed the page to log in like that. It's supposed to be like this. So here we don't need this login page anymore. We just need the profile. If we click, we're supposed to be redirected to the profile. Right now, we need to go ahead and create a non-logged in user widget. So we're going to do it in auth. We have to create a new file and we have to call it non-user. Okay, so it's like a guest user. So if we do have a guest user, we have to protect some pages from them. So we have to show them this page whenever they want to do something that is restricted. So here we're going to have a stateless widget and we're going to call it non-user. It's supposed to be non-user. So we're going to return a build style container. Okay, so our build style container takes in context and the widget that we want to display. So we want to display a column and our column takes in children. So let's have our children over here. Our first child is going to be a clip rect. So for clip rect, we need border radius, and let's give it a border radius of 99. We want whatever we are going to put in there to be circular. So it's supposed to be .o and radius.circular, and our value is supposed to be 99. So we're going to say 99.w. Okay, so here we're going to return a child, and our child is going to be a cached network image. Okay, it's supposed to be cached network image. So a cached network image requires a string image URL. So we can do what we did before. I'm going to open one of my URLs here, just get one of them, and you're going to go back to the application. So I'm going to create a variable right on top. I'm going to call it image URL like that is equals to, then we paste the URL, we close it here. Probably not out here. So what we can do, we can put it right here so that we won't have an error. So it's inside the build method. Okay, so here we have our image URL. So here we need to have fit. So for fit, we're going to use box fit and we're going to use cover. After we use cover, we're going to require width and height for this particular widget. So let's bring this down, bring our fit down, and down here, we're going to just require width, and we want to give it a width of 70, and let's give it a height. Okay, so we're going to give it a height of 70 as well, like that. So we have our image. Let's see. So that's going to be our first widget in our column. So right outside of our clip rect, we need to have a height spacer. So here we're going to have a height spacer and we have to give it a size of 20, add a comma and add const before the height spacer, and down below that we're going to have a reusable text widget. So we want to display something like a message to the user, like to log in, you have to do such and such. Okay, so we're going to say to access content, please log in, like that. Okay, so we have to provide the style. Here we do have our style, so we need to utilize our app style. We have to give it a size of 12, and for our color, we're going to go with an dark gray. So we need add braces, and here it's supposed to be dark gray, and we have to add a value. It's supposed to be value. And for font weight, we're going to go with normal. For this one, we're going to go with normal. So we are done with that part. Right below, we're going to add another widget. Okay, so let's bring this down and let's bring this. Let's add a comma here. Try to format the code a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to bring this down. So right at the top, I'm going to add padding. After adding padding, we're going to need this padding. So we need to manipulate our padding horizontally and vertically. So horizontally, we're going to give it a padding of 20, and vertically, we're going to give it a padding of 10, not 20. So here we have to use screen utils, and we're going to do the same for this one, use screen utils as well. So our padding takes a child, so we have to provide a child for this padding widget. Okay, let's format the code a little bit. Maybe bring this down. Okay, that would be a little bit better and visible. So here we're going to put our child down here. Okay, so our child is going to be a custom outline button. Is it a custom outline button? Yeah, for sure. Not customer. Custom outline button. So we're going to require a text, a color, a width, and a height. So we're going to take care of the width first. Our width is going to be equal to the width that we have in our constants. Right after that, we're going to give it a height, and let's give it a height of 40. And as for our text, we're just going to provide a string, and we say proceed to log in, something like that. And for our color, we're going to go with K-orange. So here we need to have our color at brackets. Inside of our brackets, okay, like this. Inside of our brackets, we're going to have K-orange, and here we have to add the value, okay, like that. So now it's time to try to display the widget, but we are going to do it in our home page. Think not in our home page. Let's just go ahead and implement the logic. So first, we're going to require a logout button in this page. Okay, so I'm going to take the same button that we have here, this one, inside of our profile. So we have to visit the profile page, center. Here, I'm going to just return a button, import it, save, add a little bit of padding like that. So I'm going to return a button. So this button, I'm going to use it to log out, because our user has to be logged out for us to use that particular widget that we just created. But for this user, he's already logged in, so we won't see the changes. So we want to deal with the changes first, and then we can proceed to log in and deal with everything that we should deal with when a user is logged in. Okay, so next we're going to go ahead and create our logout function, and then we can see how we can implement. Now let's go to our login provider. So we go to controllers, login. So here we are using this to get our values from our shared preference, but we want to have another one to log out. Okay, so we're going to have a logout function here. It has to be asynchronous. So here we're going to remove some values from our shared preference. Okay, so here we forgot to add one. So let's just go ahead and add one before we, oh, this is getting, so nah, it's okay. So here we're going to await. So we need to get rid of the token if the user is logged out. So here we're going to have our prefs, and we want to remove keys. Okay, so the first one that we want to remove is the token, and we need to go ahead and have another one. It's not going to be username though, but what we need to do here, let's use set bool. We're going to set a boolean, this boolean, to false if it is true. So we can put this right at the top. That's what we need to do for now. So now let's go ahead and hook it up to this button. So to hook it up, we need to go to the profile, just cut this. We can just cut at a consumer. So inside of our consumer, we want to consume a login notifier. Okay, and we have to add this. Give it a name, login notifier with the lowercase here, and paste our code. After pasting our code, we need to get rid of that. So here our on tap comes with our outline button comes with an ontap function. So that's the function that we want to use on tap. We need to log out the user. So here, after logging out here, we should send back the user to the main. Okay, we should send the user to the main. So what we can do here, let's see, after logging out, like go to, so the problem comes when the user is on index 4. Okay, so let's try to do something here. So we're going to have a variable with the name zoom notifier. We just want to make sure that our index is 1. We need to be redirected to the home page rather than to run into an error. Okay, so here we're consuming zoom notifier. Okay, like that. So we're going to use this in here, and we're going to set current index to 0. Okay, after logging out, then we need to get to main. Okay, main screen, like that. Okay, so our error is coming from here, and we need to close it, and let's add const over here. Let's save. Let's hot reset, go back, log out. So everything is working fine on our logout. So we successfully sent back to this page of all the pages that we have in our index. We want to, in our zoom drawer, we want to add a little bit of more of logic. Okay, so here we're going to access the login notifier. Okay, like that. So we have our login notifier. So here we're going to have our scaffold. Our air bar is going to remain the same, but we're going to try to access our login notifier dot, or not notifier dot logged in is equals to false. If it is equals to false, then we're going to show non-user. Okay, that's wrong. We're going to show non-user, else we're going to show a center. Okay, that's for that page. Let's see what might be the error of, okay, like that. Const. So we are in our profile page. Okay, so we're not logged in. So this is what we see if you're not logged in. Next, we're going to go ahead and implement this same logic to most of our pages, so that we can just restrict the user to do a little bit more than anticipated. Okay. Okay, so here let's just format our code. Okay, like that. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go to, not to the home page, but some of the pages we have chart. So for the chart, we're going to use the same logic here, right? So here we have to have login notifier is equals to provider, supposed to be provider of a login notifier, and we close. So we have to import this. Okay, so the name has to be the same. So let's paste the name here. So if you press back, we're taken to our page. So here, if we try to go to the chart, we're taken to this page. Okay, so everything is okay. Profile, same page. So we need to do the same for our application. So let's go take our logic. The next thing that we need is just the provider. Okay, so we need to have a provider right on top. Login notifier is equals to a provider of a login notifier, right? So since we have the login notifier, then our error should be gone. So let's just import provider here, and let's import this widget. Okay, try to go to applications. Then we don't have access to applications. We want to do the same for bookmarks. So let's go ahead and look for the page. Okay, so we have the page open. We're going to paste our provider first and import provider. After importing provider, now we need to set the logic. So we just need to come here, one of the pages that we set the logic, and paste the logic in bookmark. Okay, like that, and import this page here. So all these pages are logged now. The only page they can see is home page. Okay, home page. Let's see. Okay, so far so good. What we can do, proceed to log in. So we need to add functionality to this page so that we can take the user to the login page. So here, let's open our non-user. So here we should have on tap, on tap function, we should have our function. So here we need to navigate to a particular page. Okay, so here we're supposed to go to the login page like that. Let's add const over here. Okay, if we click here, registration. So far so good. If you come back, now we can go back to our home. So everything is working fine. Next, we're going to log in the user. After logging in the user, then we can try to handle. Let's see whether we can handle our bookmarks or we can work with our profile. Okay, so it's best if we start working with our profile. Once we're done with our profile, then we can handle our bookmarks. Right now, we want to make some few changes to our job details page. Now that we have this value, okay, that's the one that we're going to use to just set the logic for this button and the text here. Okay, so we need to go ahead, open our screens inside of our views, and we go to home, and we're going to open the home page. Not home per se, we're looking for a job, some job details. Okay, so we have our job details here. So here we want to use the logic like is equals to false, then we're going to say please log in, otherwise we're going to apply. Okay, something like that. So here supposed to have a question mark. We need to create this right at the top. It's supposed to be login notifier is equals to provider of login notifier, and here we close it. So here it should remain the same, but if you change here to true just to test, then it will change to apply. So okay, so we can use it like that. If not login notifier logged in, then this and that. For this one, we are going to go ahead and set another logic a little bit later if we have our agent information. So let's say we're getting the data. Probably we should have done that by now. So let's visit our login. Okay, so we want to check the data that we're getting from. Okay, so here this is the data. Okay, we are not returning the is agent property, so we can leave it like that and see how best we can do it. Sure. Okay, so let's close these ones. We still need to deal with our job details. So in our job details, we need to get rid of this, the bookmarks. So if a person is not logged in, then they shouldn't be able to add a bookmark. But if they're logged in, then they should feel free to add one. Okay, because we have the ID to store the bookmark under. Okay, so it's this whole, in these actions, we just got one. Okay, this gesture detector, sizebox.shrink, like that. So it should be gone. Let me go with the traditional way. Okay, if it is false, if it is not, okay, then we're going to display this. But if it is false, then we're, wait. If it is not false, that means if it is true, then we're going to display this. Else we're going to display this. Okay, so that's okay. So here we cannot see our bookmark since we are not logged in. So that's okay. For this page, everything is going accordingly, and all our pages we set them up in a correct way. So now we need to take things a little bit a step further. Proceed to work on any other controllers. Here we should do one more thing, which is to work on our middleware. So we don't have our middleware folder as yet. So what we can do, we can come to our root directory, create a folder, and we're going to call it middleware. So in here, we need to create a new file. In this file, we're going to call it VerifyToken. It has to be a JS file like that. So we're going to require JWT. It's supposed to be JWT is equals to require JSON web token. So here we want to verify our token. We already have our token because we created a token when we are logging in a user. So let's close that. Right inside, we're going to require an instance of our auth headers. Okay, so here we're going to have a variable with the name auth header. Okay, that'll do. Auth header is equals to request.headers.authorization. So we're going to take our headers from authorization. So we need to have a condition. If these auth headers, then we want to extract our token from our auth headers. Okay. So const token is equals to auth headers. The code is okay. The code is okay, but let's go ahead and write it by ourselves. So here we are going to get a value from our headers. Okay, because when we are sending our token, we are sending it as beer space, then we send our token. So when we get that value, beer in the token, we want to split the beer. We want to split the token from the beer. Okay, so here we're going to use the space to get the next value, and our next value is going to be on index 1. Okay, for example, let's just have an example here. Let's comment it out first, like that. Okay, so our token, when it's coming in, it's supposed to be like beer, then something like this, isn't it? So we have this space that we're putting between. So this is the space that we're using as reference here, so that we can get our index 1. Okay, so this is index 0, and this is the reference point that we're using to split this string. Okay, so once we get the token, we're going to use JWT to verify the token. So here we're going to require JWT, and we want to verify. So to verify a token, we're going to require the token that we extract from our headers. That's the first thing. And we're going to require the secrets, JWT secret that we put in our .env to process the token. It's supposed to be JWT secret. And then here our process is going to be asynchronous, and we're going to have an error, and then here we're going to get the user. After getting the user, then we're going to go ahead and have a condition. Okay, if there's an error, then we're going to send a response back to the user. So let's say we failed to verify the token. That means the token is invalid. So we want to tell the user maybe to log out and log in again. The token might be expired or something. So we want to go ahead here. Let's return, okay, invalid token here. Else, if everything check out, so request.user, this is the user that we have here, is equals to user, then we close, and then we can jump to the next function like that. So we're done with our verified token, and down below, let's see, we close this. So it's supposed to be after this, it's supposed to be const. We want to have verify and authorize. Verify and auth. It's going to take in the same parameters here. Okay, so we can just copy from here, put another brace. Right inside, we're going to have our verified token like that. Inside, we're going to check whether we have a user ID or the user is admin. Then they will be authorized to perform some certain actions. Okay, so here we're going to have request.user.id is admin. Then we're going to go to the next function. Else we're going to return a response that user, not invalid token per se, but the user won't be allowed to perform some certain task. So this should be 403 message here. It's like you're not allowed to perform some, you're not authorized to access. That's okay. We can have these two for now. Let's see. Let's copy this, because if we are to upload a job, then we should be an agent or admin. Okay, so here we're going to have verify agent. So for verify agent, we're going to check is agent or is admin, like that. So we have 3. We need to export these 3. So let's close here. Right at the bottom, we're going to have module.export, and we're going to export verify token, verify and auth, verify agent. Okay, so now that we have our middleware, we're able to protect our routes. Okay, we're able to protect our routes. Okay, something is off here. Let's copy these. Probably they should be outside, not inside. Made a mistake. I put them inside like this. They should be outside because each and every one is a single. It's a standalone. It's not like it's attached to the previous one. Okay, so you should put them outside like that. So that's all that we need to do. Next, we're going to go ahead and try to, let's say for bookmarks, the person has to be logged in. So we can use our middleware to protect our routes. And just to show a little bit more of how we can use our token to get the data that we put in the token and use it in our backend when we need to move a step further. So we want to go ahead and work on our bookmarks. We're going to work on our bookmarks, then we work on our users somehow, because we have auth, but we don't have routes for user, to get user, to update user. We don't have those ones. So let's go ahead and open our models. In our models, we want to create a new file and we have to call it bookmark. It has to be bookmark and it's a JS file. So we need to create the model. So a model for our bookmarks is going to take a few parameters. So we can copy the one that we have here, and then we're going to paste it in here. So we're going to just remove everything inside. And here we have to change the schema name. Okay. So our schema, it has to be a bookmark schema like that. So we have a bookmark schema. We made a typo here. We have to change the model name from user to bookmark. After changing the schema name, now we need to go ahead and create our fields. So our first field is going to be a job. So for our job, we're going to go ahead and use a Mongo schema type. Okay. Okay, that is correct. So here we are just going to take the ID of the job from our front end, send it to our backend. So this ID, we want to populate the data whenever we want to display the bookmarks. So this will allow us to populate whatever ID that we have here so that we can get all the details. It won't be wise for us to send all the details from the front end, while we have an option to just send the ID and then get the data in the backend. And the other thing that we're going to require, each and every bookmark has to be attached to a user ID. Okay, so for user ID, we're going to take type, and our type is going to be a string. Required is going to be true. So we are done with this bookmark. The bookmark schema, we are done with it. The next thing that we want to do is to move on to our controllers, and we want to create a new file, and we want to call it bookmark controller like that, and it has to be a JS file. So our bookmark controller is going to require a bookmark model as well as a job model. Okay, so here let's go ahead and have our bookmark first like that is equals to require. So in here it has to be a string. We have to provide the path to our model. So we have to access the models folder. Inside the models folder, we're going to access the bookmarks. So let's copy paste. Here we have to get rid of the other B. So right at the bottom, we're going to have job. And here we have to map this one to a job model. Okay, like that. So as we did before, we're going to export. We are going to export all our functions so that we can use them in the other files. Okay, so here, not const, but it's supposed to be modular exports. And we're going to have braces. So inside of these braces, that's where we are going to create our functions. Okay, so our first function is going to be create bookmark like that. And it's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in request and response. So here we're going to require a request and a response like that. So inside we can create our bookmark. So the first thing that we need when we're creating our bookmark, we're going to require two things from our front end. Not two things. We're just going to require job ID, and the user ID is going to come from our token. Okay, so a token, we can send it through our headers and then deconstruct it, verify the token, get the user ID, and then we can use the user ID in our in our function. So right at the top, we're going to have job ID. This one can be lowercase job ID. So the job ID is going to come from our body. It's not going to come from our params. So here, instead of having params, we're going to have request body. After that, we're going to require a user ID. So here consts user ID. Okay, so that is correct, but spelling to const is a little bit off. So we rectified that. Right below, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, we're going to do one thing. First, whenever an ID is sent, a job ID is sent to our backend, we need to confirm whether that ID belongs to a job or not. If it belongs to a job, then we can proceed to create our bookmark. If it doesn't, then we have to send a response back to the user like, okay, the job is not found. Okay, so here we're going to have const job is equals to await job find by ID, and then here we're going to use the ID that we get from our request body to find the job. After finding the job, now we want to have a condition. If not job, then we're going to return something here. So we're going to have our return. So here we're just going to set a status 400 and a JSON alongside with a JSON message, a JSON. And then in our JSON, we are going to have a message, job not found. Okay. So that's it for that part. But if the job is found, then we are going to go ahead and create a new bookmark. So here we're going to have const new bookmark is equals to new bookmark. So in our new bookmark, we're going to require job ID and user ID. So first we're going to put brackets, braces. So first we want to map the job. Okay. So our job is going to be job ID and our user is going to be user ID, like that. So these are the two values that we require to create a bookmark. So if we come to our bookmark model, we have it here open. So we're going to require this job ID and we're going to require this user ID. Okay. So these are the two that we are passing here. After passing, now we have our bookmark in here. So what we need to do now, we need to save this new bookmark to our database. Okay. So here we're going to create a new value with the name save bookmark. Okay. So here we are going to await our new bookmark and then save. After saving, we need to return a response to the user. So here we're going to have return response.status is going to be 200. Though it's supposed to be 201, we're going to use 200 in brackets. Here we're going to have 200. After having our 200, we need to send a JSON response. So inside of our JSON, we're going to go ahead and have our status. So our status is going to be true, and we're going to go ahead and send a bookmark ID back to the front end. Okay. So our bookmark ID is going to come from our saved. It's going to come from this saved bookmark. Okay. So it's going to be like that. So we're going to return status and the bookmark ID. So we're going to get the bookmark ID from this variable that we created, because we save this new bookmark, we put it here as well, and then we're going to access this bookmark, get the ID, and then return the ID. So if we do have an error, then we're just going to send a response. Okay, so here we're going to return a status 500 alongside with a message inside of our JSON message, error.message. Okay, so we're done with that part. Next, we're going to go ahead and create a function to delete the bookmarks, get bookmarks, get a single bookmark. So we're going to create about 3 more functions. Okay, let's move on. We want to create a function to delete bookmarks. Okay, so delete bookmark, we're going to have an asynchronous function which takes in request response. So here we need to get our data, not our data, but we need to get the bookmark ID. Okay, so we're going to get this from our params. Okay, so this one is going to come from request params.bookmark. Okay, So after we have this ID, then we can go ahead and have our try catch block. In our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and await our database so that we can delete a bookmark. So we need to mention our model, then find by ID and delete. Okay, so we need to provide the ID in here. So this ID is going to be bookmark ID. We have the bookmark ID right on top, and we're going to paste it here. Okay, so after that, we need to go ahead and send back a response. So we're going to have response.status, and here it's supposed to be 200, and we need to send back a JSON alongside with the response. Okay, so inside our response, we're going to send a status, and our status is going to be true, and we're going to send back a message, bookmark deleted. That's correct. So that's all that we need to do. Right at the bottom, we need to send back a response. Let's delete the return that we have on top, and let's delete this return. Okay, so we can just send back a response. That is okay. So we can copy this error message that we have, error response, okay, and save. So we're done with this function. Next, we're going to work on get bookmarks, like to get all the bookmarks belonging to a particular user. So let's continue. The next function that we're going to create is to get all bookmarks belonging to a particular user. So when we're getting all bookmarks, we're going to be using our user ID, okay? So as the other functions that we created, we're going to just do the same. The functions has to be asynchronous, takes in a request and a response. And in here, the first thing that we're going to require is our user ID. So our user ID is going to come from our requests from our middleware per se. Okay, so here we have our user ID coming from request user.id, and after that we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try catch block, we're going to go ahead and find our bookmarks. So we need to create a variable for our bookmarks to store our bookmarks once we get them. Okay, so here we're going to await bookmark, and we want to find bookmarks by user ID. Okay, so this user ID will map it to this user ID that we have right here on top. Once we find this user ID, now we want to go ahead and populate the jobs. Okay, but when we're getting these user IDs, not these user IDs, when we're getting the bookmarks, we want to exclude some of the parameters that we have when we create a bookmark. So here we have created that. We need to set it to 0, and we also have updated it. We need to set that parameter to 0, and we have __v. We have to set it to 0. So we don't want to return these values. After we return the information that we want, then we are going to go ahead and populate. Okay, so when populating, we have to specify the path with which we want to populate. So here we're going to have our path, and our path is going to be job. Okay, so it has to be a string. That's going to be a job. And when it comes to our job, we need to select some certain fields that we need to send back to the user. So we are going to use the select keyword here. So when selecting, we're going to exclude the requirements. Okay, we don't want to send back requirements. We don't want to send back the description, created it, and okay, let's just put this, for example. We're going to remove this since we have it right at the end. So here, requirements, description, created it, updated it, __ v. We're going to exclude these ones. So now we have our job in our jobs, or our bookmarks in here, and they're populated. The next thing that we need to do, we need to send back a response to the user. Okay, so let's bring that here. So we're going to send back a response, and our status is going to be 200. So with our status, along with our status, we're going to send back the data. Okay, so here we're going to have JSON add braces. Inside of our braces, we're going to send back this value that we have here, and all the data inside of that is populated, it will come with the job data. Okay. And if we do have an error, we're going to catch that error and we're going to send back a status 500 alongside with the message. Okay. So we are done with this function. The next function that we're going to create is to get a single bookmark, which is the most important one because it's the one that we are going to use to trigger, to show whether a bookmark is existent inside of our database or not. So right now, let's proceed to get a single bookmark. So here we're going to create a function to get a bookmark. Okay, so it has to be asynchronous, and inside to get a bookmark, we're going to use a job ID. Okay, we're going to use a job ID. So here we need to receive a job ID from our request params. After receiving job ID, we're going to use that job ID to find a bookmark related to that job ID. If we don't find, then we're going to send a response. If we find it, we're also going to send back a response. So in both cases, we're sending a response, and our status is going to be 200 in both cases. So right here, we're going to have const bookmark is equals to await bookmark find one by, we're going to find by user ID and job ID. Okay, bookmark dot find one. So in here, we need to find one bookmark which is belonging to a particular user. So this user is going to come from our request.user.user ID. Okay, so what we can do here, we can define this user ID right on top as we did here. So we can just copy this one, the one that we have in GetAll bookmarks, paste it here, and the user ID. Okay, the user ID, this user ID is the one that we're going to use here. And we need to specify another field, which is the job ID. Job, not job ID. Okay, so our job is going to be the job ID. So once we have these two parameters, we can find a bookmark. If we find one, we're going to store it here. So let's say we don't have a bookmark. So if we don't have a bookmark, we have to send back a response. So here we're going to say if not bookmark, then we're going to go ahead and return a status, and our status is going to be 200 in both cases. Our status is going to be 200, and here we need a JSON. Okay, so inside of our JSON, we're going to send back a status, and our status here is going to be true. Not true, but false, since we didn't find anything. And for message, we're going to we're going to send a bookmark ID here. So for bookmark ID, we're going to send it as none. Okay, something like that. So here, right at the bottom, we want to deal with a situation whereby we do have a bookmark. So if we have a bookmark, we're going to send a response alongside with the status, and our status is going to be 200, and we need to send back a JSON. So our JSON, we're going to pass back the status, and our status is going to be true, and our bookmark ID is going to be bookmark.id, bookmark._id. Okay, so this is how we get a bookmark. So we are done with these two, but we need to send back an error response. If we catch an error, then we have to send a response here. So we are done with this. Next, we're going to create our router, and then we hook our bookmark. We hook our bookmark router to our index.js. Okay, so whenever we are doing this, don't forget to push your code to GitHub so that it can be, our application can be redeployed in Redesign. Okay, so here we're going to just say bookmarks, and I'm going to commit and push. We need to go ahead and work on our routes. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it bookmark, and it has to be a JS file. After creating this file, we just need to go ahead and, okay, let's go ahead and take one of the smallest router that we have, which is auth. After we copy, we're going to paste the code in here. So we need to replace this controller with a bookmark controller. So I'm going to select here and just write bookmark. It's supposed to be bookmark. Okay, so here I'm going to use lowercase, not uppercase. and we have to map it to the right controller. So it's supposed to be controllers / bookmark controller. Okay, so we're going to have multiple. So here we're going to post a bookmark. If you're posting a bookmark, we're going to require our bookmark controller bookmark. So that's create bookmark. That's correct. This is for creating a bookmark. So I'm just going to add comments here. Okay, capitalize, create bookmark route. Okay, that's correct. Next, we're going to have one for deleting. So here we're going to delete bookmark router. So here we have to make it a delete. So when deleting, we're going to require an ID. We need to pass an ID via our params. So this is how we pass our params. And here we're going to require our bookmark controller, and we need to have our delete function here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Next, we need to go ahead and create one to get all bookmarks. So right underneath, we're going to have, let's capitalize it, get bookmarks route. So to get bookmarks, we're just going to have a get, and here we have to map it to the right function, which is get all bookmarks. And here it has to be a get method, not a delete. Okay, so that's it for that part. Now we need to go ahead and work on our last one, which is to get a single bookmark. So here we need to create a comment. It's supposed to be get bookmark route. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that. So if you're getting a bookmark, we're going to need to just have more of a suffix to our endpoints, and then we're going to require an ID. So this ID that we have here, if we visit, let's go to the bookmark first. Okay, so it's going to be a job ID. Okay, so if you have over, this job ID is the one that we're getting here. Now, okay, bookmark.id. So here, I think we made a mistake. We put it as job ID. So if we visit here, we have to change it to ID. So let's go ahead and check here, delete bookmark ID. We have to pass it as an ID also. So params.id, like that. Okay. So I think these are the changes that we need to make, and we have to make these routes protected somehow. So what we need to do, we need to import our middleware. So to import our middleware, we're going to have const, we're going to have VerifyToken, or verify and authorize. So we need to open our middleware first. After opening our middleware, we need to copy these names. Okay, we just need to copy these. After copying those ones, we come here, we're going to paste them here. Is equals to require, we're going to require our middleware here, because we need to protect the routes. So here we need to access our middleware folder. In our middleware folder, we're going to access VerifyToken. So we need to use our middleware. The middle one here. So it has to be between the endpoint and the function. Okay. So we hit the endpoint first, we verify the endpoint, and then we can go on to run our function. Okay. So we need to add a comma. We need to do the same for our other routes, like that. So let's save. Okay, open our terminal. If we don't have an error, our application will run correctly. So let's just close some of the things that we are not using here, so that we won't have a lot of unnecessary files open. Okay, like that. So we are already exporting this. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our index.js. In our index, we're going to import the bookmark router. Okay, so it has to be bookmark with a lowercase b, and we have to map it to bookmark here. So we save, and we need to put it down here as well. So here it's supposed to be bookmarks, like that, and we have to map it to bookmark router, like that. So if we don't have an error, our application will run fine. So our application is running. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead, open Postman, and then we can go ahead and run some tests before we implement this bookmark section in our application. Okay, so here we're going to deploy this to GitHub, not to deploy, but to push to GitHub Bookmark Router. That's going to be our message sent, and then we push. We want to go ahead and test our endpoints in Postman. So we can go ahead, open Postman. Okay, so we're in Postman, so we need to log in first so that we can get a token. If we get a token, and then we're going to use that token to verify our user. So here I'm going to use the same user that we created when we were testing our auth. Hopefully I didn't make any mistake. Yeah, okay, so that is correct. So we're going to get the token from here. This is the same token that we want to use when we come to our bookmarks. So you have to go ahead and open this folder, the bookmarks folder. So all our bookmarks requires us to be verified, requires authorization. So we're going to pass authorization on this folder. Okay, so we have to come to authorization, and we have to come to type of authorization, and our type is going to be bearer token, and we have to paste our token in here. Okay, so we have our token. We go ahead and save. So to create a bookmark, what we need to do, we need to get a job ID. Okay, just a job ID. So here we're going to get our jobs. Oh, we have jobs already here, so we can just copy one. Okay, let's remove this query here, then we can send the request. Okay, so this job is the one that we're going to get, but it looks like it's the same job that we have here. Okay, so we can leave it like that. So we just need to send this request. Okay, so it seems like we do have an error related to our token. Okay, so we need to fix that error, and then we can go ahead and do this process. Okay, so let's go back to our backend with header. Okay, so we need to go to our middleware. We need to go ahead and change this. It's supposed to be split. I made a typo. That's the first thing that we need. It has to be lowercase, so it has to be split. After splitting, here we need to go ahead and change this value. Okay, so if we go ahead and visit our not our process.env, but our .env file, we used jwt-sec, like secret, short for secret. Here we wrote jwt-secret, and of which it will come out as an undefined value. Okay, so since we have these two, we have to try again and see whether we can get our token verified or not. Okay, so let's go back to our Postman. In our Postman, we're going to just send this request. Okay, job not found. Let's go to our body. At least we're getting a message that means this is a bad request. We didn't find the job, so let's go ahead, try to find another job. Here we're going to get our jobs. Let's get this job that we have here, the Golang job, and then we're going to paste the ID. Send, job not found. So it seems like we do have an error somehow. So we need to visit our backend again and check the code related to our bookmarks. So when we're creating a bookmark here, we are finding one job by ID. Okay, so let's see. Debug our code. So here we have job ID and we have job ID. So here we are trying to print this job ID. If we get this job ID, that means we are getting this part. If we don't, then we need to solve the error. Okay, so we're just going to go to Postman again, send the requests, job not found. So if we visit our console, we don't have anything here. So that means we are not receiving this job ID. So if we take a look at the schema, bookmark schema. Okay, in our bookmark schema, we are requiring a job, not a job ID. Okay, so it's supposed to be job here, and this job is supposed to be the same as the key that we have in Postman. Okay, so that's the origin of our error. So we come to our bookmark controller. We are going to remove ID from here, save again. Once we save, we're going to go ahead to our Postman. In our Postman, we're going to send the same request. Okay, so here a bookmark validation failed, user ID path is required. Okay, so let's go step by step. So here we are getting our ID, our job ID. So now we want to check whether we are getting our user ID. So let's send the same request. We are going to have the same response. We have our user ID here. Okay, so here this path might be wrong, so we need to check with our bookmark model. So here we are passing it as user ID, not user. So here we need to go ahead, replace the user with the user ID. Okay, once we have the user ID, now we're going to go ahead and send the request again. Okay, so now we have our bookmark. So that's how we can debug our code. If we run into any error, we have to check each and every step, like where are we receiving the data and where are we not receiving the data. Just making a little bit of logs, then we can track where we are making the errors. Okay, so now we have this bookmark and this is the bookmark ID. Okay, so here if we go to GetAll bookmarks, right, we can send a request and we're getting the bookmark that we just sent. Okay, and these are the details about the job and everything that we have in here in our job section is populated because we use a Mongo schema type. Okay, so we have the ID of the bookmark, the user ID, and the job details. Okay, so if we copy this, we want to get a bookmark, a particular bookmark, and paste the ID. Here it's supposed to be, let's check. Let's go to body. Okay, we don't have anything in the body. Let's go and check our function. What do we require to get a single bookmark? So we require a job ID. Okay, so we need to get a job ID. Let's just cross check everything. Here we have our user ID, job ID. Okay, so that checks out. So here we just have to send the job ID via our params. Our user ID is going to come from our middleware. So let's go to Postman, get our bookmarks. We're going to get this job ID. Okay, that's the ID that we're going to use here in our params, and we're going to send this request. Okay, so we have the same bookmark. So we use the job ID to get this bookmark. So if we take a look at the bookmark ID, it's the same as the bookmark ID that we're getting here. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we want to go ahead and implement our bookmarks in our Flutter application. What we need to do, we need to go ahead and create functions to get data from, not to get data, but to communicate with our REST API pertaining our bookmarks. So we have to go to our, lib folder, we have to go to services book. Okay, so in here, that's where we are going to write everything. So first, we're going to write one to add bookmarks. In doing that, we have to address the fact that from now going on, we're going to be using our token as well. So if you are to use our token to do anything, then we need to be logged in. I'm going to write the functions first, but before we test them, we're going to log into our account so that we can have our token backed up in our shared preference. Okay, so first we're going to create a function to add bookmark. So here, what we can do, we can visit one of the functions here, a post request. Okay, so this was a post, so we can get this one, make some changes to it, go back to our books helper, paste it in here. So what we need to change the type that we are returning here. So when we are trying to add a bookmark, we're going to return a bookmark. Okay, a bookmark model. So here, if we click on it, we're going to get back a status, and it's of type boolean, and we're going to get a string, a bookmark ID. So if we visit our Postman, so in our Postman, when we send a request to add a bookmark, okay, when we create a bookmark, this is what we are getting, right, as our response. So this is what we want to get. Okay, so these are the values that we're getting back when we send a request. So here we have to change the name to add bookmark. After changing the name here, we're going to get a string model. And in here, we want to access our shared preference, okay? So this function is going to be asynchronous. And right on top, we have to access our shared preference. So we're going to have final shared preference. Pref is going to be prefs here. It's equals to shared preference.getInstance, okay? Supposed to be shared preference like that. So we can copy this, replace this because we made a typo before. So here we have to await our shared preference and we get instance, okay? So we close it. Once we have our prefs in here, we need to access our prefs and get the token, okay? So what we're going to do, we're going to add authorization in here in our headers, okay? So here we need to have authorization. So make sure that you don't have a typo in here, otherwise this won't be successful. Authorization, and the authorization is going to be beer, then, okay, then we add a token. So we need to create a variable with the name token, and this variable has to be a string, okay? So here we're going to copy the name. Right on top, we are going to just press enter. Let's see, it's supposed to be here, okay? So we're going to create a nullable string with the name token. So here we need to access our prefs, and in our prefs we're going to get string, and the name of the string that we're getting is token, like that, and we need to close it. So let's close this, add a little bit, remove the extra space, and then add enter here. So now we have our headers, and now we need to handle our URL. So in our URL, we're going to have our base URL, and we're going to have the one for bookmarks, okay? And down here, we are going to await, our client. We want to post. So when we are posting, we require the URL, headers, and the body. The body, we're going to pass it from where we are sending this request from, where we are calling this method, this function from, okay? So down here, if the response is 200, then we're going to go ahead and process the data that we get in our response. So we're going to create a new variable with the name bookmark. So here we're going to access our, we're going to convert the data that we get bookmark from, and here we need to pass the string that we're getting from our response body, okay, like that. So we don't have the error anymore, but we have to change the return type here from true to this bookmark that we're getting here. So we need to paste this bookmark, and if we have an error, then we are going to go ahead and throw exceptions, I mean. And our exceptions are not going to be the body, but we're just going to have a string in here, okay? So we're going to say failed to get bookmarks, something like that. So we need to get rid of this catch, okay? So if we get rid of the catch, that means we need to get rid of the try as well. So here, let's get rid of that. We still have an error because we have an extra brace, so let's get rid of it. So this brace is the one that's encapsulating our bookmark helper class. So this is our function right here. So let's save. So we are done with that. The next one is to delete a bookmark. So we need to create about 3 more: delete, get, and get all bookmarks, okay? So right now we need to proceed. We need to create another function to get all the bookmarks. So to get all the bookmarks, what we're going to do, we're just going to copy this function that we created on top, and then we're going to paste it down, okay? So the first thing is to change the name to get all bookmarks, okay? So when we're getting all bookmarks, we don't require any argument to be passed in here, and we don't require a body here. So we have to get rid of the body, and we have to change the method from posts to get. So before we even go inside here, we need to return a list, okay? List bookmarks, list all bookmarks, because we have a model with the name all bookmarks. So here, let's go ahead and do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to have our lists right outside, and in here we have to write the name of the model, all bookmarks. So if we visit all bookmarks, all bookmarks is going to return this class, a job class, user ID, and the string. This string is the bookmark ID, okay? And the job, this job is the populated job that we have. So if we take a look in our Postman, when we get all bookmarks here, we're going to return the bookmark ID, this job, as well as the user ID. So that's the same information that we have in our getting in Postman is the same as what we're getting here. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. So now we have our return value token, and we are sending. We have our headers, we have our URL, and here we have our response. So here we need to change this. We need to change our response. Okay, so to change our response, here we are going to say bookmarks, and they're going to come from all bookmarks from JSON. Okay, and here it has to be bookmarks. So our error is gone. So let's go ahead and work on the next one, which is to get a single bookmark. So to get a single bookmark, we are going to copy this, the first one that we used, and we're going to paste it down here. But this one is a little bit different though. So if it is a little bit different, what we need to do in here, let's go ahead and cut whatever we have inside, change the name to GetBookMark, since we're getting a single bookmark. And inside we need to have a try catch. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to have our final instance to get our token. So we are just going to paste, we're going to paste our code. Okay, so here we have our token. We have our token. So what we need to do, once we have our token, we need to have a condition. So you can do this for either for the other ones that we have on top. So we need to check if our token is null. That's token here is equals to null. It's supposed to be token. If our token is equals to null, then we're supposed to return. And here we're going to return null. Okay, like that. So that's the first thing. Okay, so let's see. Here we're going to have return null. If we catch an error, so we still have some things to figure out so that we won't have this error. So here we have to make our model nullable to get rid of this error. Okay, so our return type has to be nullable. It's either we are returning null or we are returning a value. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Now we have our headers. So our headers are going to remain the same. Here we have our URL, and for URL we need to go ahead and make a little bit of change. Okay, so we need to add a $sign. So we have bookmark URL, and after that we need to go ahead and pass the job ID. So the job ID is going to come from our parent widget, not component. So here we should receive a job ID. Once we receive the job ID, we are going to pass it to our URL. Here we have to change it to single bookmark URL, like that. So since it's a get request, we have to get rid of a body. After getting rid of the body, we have to change the method from post to get. And then once we get our response is going to be a bookmark, and this remains the same. We are going to return a bookmark. Here, if our response is not 200, we're going to return null. Okay, so here we should have a return value like that. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on the last one, which is to delete a bookmark. Okay, so to delete a bookmark, the process is quite the same, but we're going to be just returning a boolean. Okay, so right here underneath, let's have static. Let's see whether we're doing the right thing. Okay, it's not supposed to be here. That's why we do have an error. So it's supposed to be outside. So we're going to have static future bool. Okay, so we can take that. In most cases, we shouldn't do this because it's error prone. But here we are returning a bool. This is the name of our function, and we are getting an ID, and this ID has to be a job ID. And right in the middle, right inside, we are going to require our shared preference because we want to get the token first and then our headers. Okay, so we can copy from above and then we paste the code here. right? So once we have this, now we need our URL. So we are going to use a URL which is similar to this, but we still need to pass an ID. Okay, that's our URL. But here we need to add a string, concatenate it, add a $sign after the $sign slash, and then we add our job ID. But our job ID, we don't need to add braces since it's a string that's being provided right on top. So it's going to be like this. And right at the bottom, we need to focus. We need to focus on our response. So we need to create a variable with the name response. Okay, so var response is equals to await. We are going to await our client dot delete. Okay, so when you are deleting, we need the URL and we need our headers. Okay, so here we're going to have our URL and we're going to have our request headers. So let's save that for now. So that's what we need if you are sending this request. Let's get rid of the typo in our response. So right at the bottom now we need to process our response. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have a statement. If our response the status is equals to 200, then we need to do something. So right here we are going to just return a boolean, true or false, right? So here we need a return value. So it's either we're going to return true, else we're going to return false, like that. So what's left is to go ahead and implement this and create the providers that we are going to use to trigger changes. So let's take, for example, we delete a bookmark, we should trigger a change in the icon. Like, okay, now we don't have a bookmark, but if we add, we should trigger a change also to show that, okay, this job is in our bookmarks. Okay. So right now, let's continue. We finished with our functions. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a bookmark provider. Okay, so we need to go to controllers. In controllers, we need to create a new file. So this one, we have to call it bookmark provider. It has to be a .dot file. After creating the file, okay, let's rename this file. I made a typo. After creating the file, we just come to any random. Let's go to profile. I'm going to copy this so that we can just create it quick. So here it has to be bookmark notifier. Let's just call it book notifier, exchange change notifier. So in here we have to import foundation. Let's get rid of the empty lines. Okay, so we're going to have it like this. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to hook this book notifier to our main.dart. So we need to go ahead and open, let's close common and close these screens. Open main.dart. Main.dart, we need to go ahead and have our book notifier here. Okay, like that. We should import it. Okay, so we have our book notifier. We can go ahead and work on our book notifier without any problems. So here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create functions that are going to bridge our helper class, and to make it easy to just call them, because like we need to do a little bit more. We need to set values, so we need to deal with everything in our providers rather than to deal with everything in our page. Okay, so in our page we want to have a little bit of logic but not too much. Okay, if we can put our logic in our provider, then that's okay. We don't want our page to be filled with logic. That's not good. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a function to add bookmark. Okay, so to add bookmark, our function here, it has to be asynchronous. Not really, it doesn't have to be asynchronous. So here we need to access our class bookmark helper dot add. So we need a string. Okay, so here we're going to pass a model, and our model is of type string, and let's close it. Once we add, we want to get our response. So our response is going to be of type bookmark model, and then here we can handle whatever we want to do with our response. Okay, so it's either we can do something or do nothing, but for now we're going to leave it like this, and we're going to try something later. Next, what we want to do, we want to go ahead and create another function to get bookmarks. Okay, So here it's going to be GetBookmark. So in GetBookmark, we're going to require a job ID. So here we're going to have string job ID. It's supposed to be lowercase here. So right inside, we're going to require our bookmark helper dot, and we need to get a bookmark. So we're going to pass this job ID to our helper function here. Okay. Once we do that, then we're going to get a response. So this is going to be our response. So let's check the type of our response. It's of type bookmark. So we can just call it bookmark with lowercase. Okay. And then here we can process our return value. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and check whether our response is null or not. Okay. So if our response is null, then we need to do something. If it is not null, then we need to do something else. So here we're going to check whether bookmark is equals to null. If it is null, then we're going to set is bookmark. So this value, we still have to create it. We haven't created it. Is bookmark is equals to false. Okay. Else we're going to do something else down here. So let's go ahead and create this value. Okay, so it's going to be a boolean. It's going to be a boolean. So we can create it right on top. Let's add a little bit of space. So we're going to have a boolean bool by the name bookmark. Initially, it is going to be false. Okay, and we need a getter. So we need to mention the type, and we're going to get the private variable here. So we're going to use this value when we want to get this private variable in our pages, in our application. Okay, so now we need a setter. So set is bookmark. So is bookmark is going to require a boolean, and this boolean we have to call it new state because it's going to be the new state of our bookmark. So in here we need to check a condition. We want to change, we want to trigger our notify listener whenever there's a change. We don't want it to run if there's no change. Okay, so here we need to check if bookmark is equals to, is not equal to new state, then that's when we are going to set the new value and trigger our notify listener method. Okay, so this is okay. So it's going to be like that. So here, let's see. So we can make this uppercase. If you make this uppercase, our error is going to go away because this is the same value that we are using here. Okay, so we are setting the value of this boolean to false. Okay, so here we need else. We need to handle if we have a response. So if we have a response, we need to set that value to true, and we also need to have our ID. Okay, instead of setting it to true here, we have our bookmark here, so we can access our bookmark dot status. So our status, if we have a bookmark, is going to be true. So that's the same. Then at the bottom, we need to set the ID to another value. So right on top, we need to just go ahead, create another variable, another provider. So this one is going to be a string. It's going to be a string. So this one is going to be bookmark ID. We're getting bookmark ID here. Here it's supposed to be bookmark ID, and here it's supposed to be bookmark ID. So here we're going to set bookmark ID, and here we're going to get bookmark ID. So if it is an ID, it's going to be a string. So we initialize it as an empty string. Let's try to format our code a little. Okay, we close that, make it a little bit smaller. So here we need to go ahead and set is bookmark ID is equals to the bookmark, and then from our bookmark we're going to get bookmark ID like that. Okay, so we have these functions. So we're getting a single bookmark. Last but not least, we want to get bookmarks, and we want to go ahead and delete bookmarks. Okay, get bookmarks and delete bookmarks. Those are, let's go ahead and create the one to delete bookmark. It's supposed to be delete bookmark. Okay, so if you're deleting a bookmark, we're going to require a string. So this string is going to be, let's just call it bookmark for now. We will check the value when we call our bookmark helper. So inside we have to call our bookmark helper. And from our bookmark helper, we want to get this delete bookmarks. So here we require a job ID. So this one has to be job ID. Okay. So once we delete a bookmark, we're going to go ahead and process our response. So our response is going to be a boolean. Okay. So here, if our response is true, then we're going to go ahead and show a snack bar. Okay. So we're going to have if value, it's just value here. Then we need to go ahead and get a snack bar. So we need to provide a title. So our title is going to be a string, and we're going to say bookmark successfully deleted, like that. And we need to pass a message, and our message is going to be a string. Let's close it here. Okay, visit the bookmarks page to see the changes. So we need to add a little bit of properties to our snack bar. Forgive me, switching between React Native and Flutter. So I might say some syntax, some words from React Native. Okay, so here we're going to have our color text. So our color text here, since it's delete, our color text, it has to be a light value. So we're going to access our colors. We want to use the Klight. So make sure that you import these colors. After that, we want to have the background color. So here it's supposed to be colors. So I'm going to go ahead and assign K-orange. It should be red, but I'm just going to go with K-orange. And here we need an icon. So for icon, I'm going to have consts. We need to have an icon widget. So for icon, we're going to use icons dot remove. Supposed to be remove bookmark, if I'm not mistaken, or other way around. Supposed to be bookmark. Yes, supposed to be bookmark underscore remove. Let's see which one would do best. Okay, let's go with outline. Okay, like that. Let's go ahead and save. So we are done with our delete function. After our delete function, we're going to create one to get all the bookmarks. So to get all the bookmarks, we're just going to say get bookmarks. Supposed to be bookmarks here. So if you're getting all the bookmarks, we're going to require a return value. Okay, so let's just say bookmarks here, and then we'll handle add var first. We're going to remove the var later. Bookmarks is equals to bookmark helper dot get all bookmarks. So if we're getting all the bookmarks, we're getting all the bookmarks related to a particular user. So this is going to be our return. Okay. So if we hover over, it's the same as this one. So we need to create a variable way up on top. So we're going to have a late future, and we're going to call it bookmarks, like that. And we need to import this model. So after we're done importing, we don't have an error, but here we need to go ahead and delete this. Okay. So whenever we run this function, we're going to just run this function and then store the data in here. So when we want to get the data, we're going to access this provider, and we're going to get this value. It's the value that we're going to use in our future builder to display our bookmark. So we are done with that section. Next, we're going to be working in our job details page, okay, to handle our bookmarks here. We're done with our provider for now. Most probably we're going to visit a little bit later, but I think we're done with everything in our provider. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and work inside of our jobs page. But before we even reach our jobs page, what we need to do, we need to get an instance of our login, because right now, like, we are not logged in. So a user has to be logged in order for them to add bookmarks and stuff. So what we need to do here, we need to go to our home page. Okay, so we need to visit lib, views, screens, then home. So at the top here, we're going to have an instance of our login provider. So we're going to have login notifier is equals to, well, we're going to get provider, a provider. Okay, my bad. Provider of login notifier. Okay, so once we have the context of our login notifier, we're going to use it to trigger get prefs. We want to get preference first in our home page. Okay, so here we're going to use our login notifier. We want to consume this object. Okay, down here, let's see, it seems like we do have an error. Okay, dot get prefs. Okay, once we get our prefs, this is a function, so we created it a while ago. So if we visit it, get prefs, we're getting these values from our shared preference. So we want to use this value, okay, to determine whether the user is logged in or not. Okay, so we run this. After running it, now we can use our logged in value. So we want to use our logged in value inside of our jobs page. Okay, so let's go ahead, close this, and we need to go into screens. Then we're going to visit jobs, job details. So right at the top. Okay, so we already have our login and we're using it here. Okay, so this is where we are showing our bookmarks. But the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and use this to run a function. Okay, because we want to send a request to check whether we have a bookmark in our backend or not of a particular job. Okay, so let's see. Here we have jobs notifier. We're getting a job. So this one should be wrapping this gesture detector. Okay, so we're going to cut this gesture detector. Okay, after cutting the gesture detector, we're going to have a consumer. Okay, in this consumer, we're going to consume a book notifier. So let's bring it down. So it has to be book notifier here. And our return value is the widget that we just cut, like this. Okay, so customer bar actions. First, we're checking whether we're logged in or not. If you are logged in, then we're going to show this. If we are not, then we're going to show this. But we have to do more. Okay, so let's say here, okay, there's more to it. If we are logged in and we don't have that bookmark, we have to set a logic here. That we're going to do in a little bit. But first, what we need to do, we need to use our bookmark notifier to get bookmark. Okay, not bookmark, but not bookmarks, but just a single bookmark. And we need to provide the job ID. So the job ID is the one that we have here. We are passing it, we are receiving it from this widget, which is this ID that we have here. So here it has to be widget.id. Okay, like that. That's only if you are logged in. If you are not logged in, then we're not going to run this function. Okay, so inside here, that's where we are going to process our bookmark. So one thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and try to log in a user. Okay, so here I'm going to log in that user a@a.com, like that, and we enter a password 1 2 3. Okay, so we are sent back to this page. So if we visit this page now, oh, that's the profile. We are logging out. That means we are logged in. So if you've okay, let's see. Could not find the correct book notifier provider. Okay, so here, let's stop our application and try to rerun it again, because we added a provider, but we didn't get to restart our application. So if you're restarting, then we're restarting as a logged in user. We restarted our application. There is one change that we need to make. We need to go ahead and visit our bookmarks. Here, we need to remove the slash here. If we haven't removed it, we need to remove it. So that's the one change that we need to make. And the other thing, if we go to our jobs page, we're getting our job from our future instance from our provider. But if we open this page, we're not going to get anything. We're going to just get this. It's going to continue loading. So we need to fix the error. So what we can do, we have to get rid of this jobs notifier. We need to initialize our job right on top, because this one is an open endpoint. So there's no problem if we initialize it on top. So first thing that we need to do, we need to have a let future of type get job response. with the name job, and we need to have an init state. And in our init state, we need to call this function. This function is the one that we have right here at the bottom. So in this function, what we are doing, we're just going to get the job directly without visiting our provider, okay? And we're going to store the data in this instance that we created right on top, okay? So after that, we need to go ahead and visit our future, and we need to use the future that we've initialized right on top. So if we save now and click this job, then we're going to get our data, okay? So now we need to go ahead and deal with our bookmark. So here, one thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and visit this, okay? So we need to go ahead and check, okay? We need to just print something to see which response did we get, okay? So here we're going to have a string. So in our string, we're just going to print something like false. And down below, we're going to print something like true, okay? We're going to say true here. So implying that we don't have a bookmark here. And right at the bottom, implying that we do have a bookmark. So let's go ahead and save. So here it's true. It's saying that we do have a bookmark. Yes. Okay. So this is Java backend. Java backend. So if we visit we have to visit our DB bookmarks. Okay, we're not logged in, so we have to re-log in again and check whether that's the job that we added to bookmarks or not. If that's the job, then that value should be true. It's taking a little bit longer. What we can do here, we can just go to Postman. In Postman, check login. This is the account that we're logged in with, and we are going to get our bookmarks. So if we get our bookmarks, we have this Golang developer job, okay? So we need to make sure that we're getting the right thing, okay? Let's browse our collections here. Bookmarks. So we have 2 bookmarks. Okay. Now we have to go ahead and check our user ID as well. So go to users. We're going to check this user. This is the user ID, BD, at the end, bookmarks, user ID, BD. So it should be this job. So this job with C4, this is the job, okay? So going back to our application, this should be the job, okay? True. But in both cases, we are returning true. That's a little bit odd. So we are going to debug our code until we get what we need. So if we click on this, we should return false, not true. So let's go ahead and print something here. Just print anything random. It's just for a check. So it's returning this part, 200, 200. Okay, either way. Because we are, in our backend, we're sending both with 200. Okay, so what we can do here is to access our bookmark and try to, okay, so bookmark. So here we want to have bookmark dot bookmark ID. So bookmark ID is a string, right? Is equals to none. So we have to add a now checker. Then we have to print false. Okay. Okay. So now we are getting the correct thing. So here, okay. And we have another error. So for application to run properly, we're going to make some few changes starting from the backend up until to our front end. So I want to touch up on the backend first and then come to the front end and explain. So here, let's go ahead and open our backend. This is our backend. So in our backend here, we need to visit our bookmarks controller. In our bookmark controller, we need to go to get bookmark. Okay, when we're getting a bookmark and that bookmark is not found, instead of returning a status in the message here, we're going to return now. Okay, so we're going to return 200 and a now. Okay, so that's the first change, and then we move on. So if you're done with this, then you can just commit your changes, then they can be pushed for deployment. So that's the first change. The next change is going to be in our provider, not in our provider, but in our, let's see, in our jobs helper. In our jobs helper, let's go ahead here. So this is 200. So in our helper, we need to go ahead. Okay, this wasn't there. We're just returning now. Down here, we're just going to return now. Okay, so I'm going to push this line up here on top, and I'm going to return now, like that. And let's get rid of the extra brace, and let's format the code. Okay, so it's going to be like this. So here, we're going to get our response. So this is going to be a nullable value, right? So we want to go to our provider where we are going to call this function. So in our provider, we're going to get rid of everything starting from then, okay? Because here we're calling this function from this bookmarks helper class, and then we're going to have then, and we process the data. So we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to add this, like, okay, var bookmark. So this is going to be a nullable future bookmark, okay? So once we have this value, we're going to process it further down here, bookmark, then we're going to get one bookmark, okay? Not one bookmark, but the values of that bookmark. So if this value that we get is equals to now, then we're going to go ahead and set our bookmark to false. Is bookmark to false? Else we're going to go ahead. We're going to set to false first, and then we're going to go ahead and have an else statement. In our else statement, that means here our value has something, it is not now. Then we're going to set this to true, and we're going to set this bookmark ID, which is our string. We're going to set value.bookmark ID to this string, but the boolean, we're going to set it to true. Okay, so that's all that we need to do here. Okay, so if we run this function now inside of our bookmark, let's go ahead and just save. If we save it, we're going to get our data. So going to the jobs page, in the jobs page, we're running our function as it is. Okay, bookmark notifier.get bookmark, and then we pass the job ID here. Once we get past the job ID, we're going to have our gesture detector. We're going to return our gesture detector. And right at the bottom, now that we have this value, so this value is coming from here, okay? So if we click, this value is mapped to this, okay? So if we get bookmark, we're getting the private value of this boolean that we have, okay? We're getting this private boolean with this value, and we're setting this value with this setter. So we're calling this setter here, and we're setting it to false. And as for ID, we're going to use just an empty string. And here in our else statement, we said we're going to set the boolean to true, and the ID, we're going to set it to that bookmark ID. So if we come to our jobs page, here we're checking if bookmark, the boolean that we set, is false, then we're going to display this icon. Else we're going to go ahead and display this icon. So if we open this job, right, it's non-existent inside of our bookmarks. So we're going to return this icon. But we say the Golang developer job, this one, is inside of our bookmarks. So if we open it, then here we should receive a different icon. So that means we have it in our bookmarks, okay? So those are the changes that we need to make to have bookmarks without errors. So hopefully you get to make the changes as I did, starting from the back end up until the front end. So let me just at least try to format the code a little bit so that it can be visible. So I'm going to just show all the screens, starting with this one, so that we can see the changes. Okay. And as for provider, this is the change that we made. Okay, so let's move on. The next thing that we want to focus on is, okay, if we open this, okay, this user can apply. That's okay. So we're done with our bookmarks. Now we want to focus on getting all the bookmarks that we have in our backend. Because if we visit here to our bookmarks, we should be able to see all our bookmarks here. So we're going to design this page, show all our bookmarks. And then after that, we're going to focus on our profile, okay? Forgot one thing here. We need to set some options. So let's say this job is non-existent in our bookmarks. We want to edit. So we should edit in here in our gesture detector. So that's what we need to take care of. So first, we're going to have an if statement. Okay, so if book notifier dot bookmark is equals to true. Now let's start with true. If it is true, that means we need to remove a bookmark. Okay, so here we're going to call our book notifier. So here we want to call this function delete bookmark. Okay, so if you're deleting a bookmark, let's see what kind of ID do we require. Here we say job ID, job ID. Okay, it's best if we go and check in our backend, like what kind of data do we require to remove a bookmark. So if you're deleting a bookmark, we require the bookmark ID, not the job ID. Okay, so let's go back. So we already have the bookmark ID, but here let's specify, let's just call it bookmark ID so that we won't have any confusion. Okay, so here we have to provide the bookmark ID. So the bookmark ID, we're going to get it from our book notifier. It's supposed to be book notifier dot bookmark ID. Okay, so once we delete a bookmark, here we are going to go ahead and set is bookmark is equals to false, just like that. So that's what we need to do. So let's see if we visit this Golang job. Okay, yeah, okay, it's deleted successfully and it's gone. So right here we're going to have an option to add a bookmark. So we're going to access bookmark notifier and then we're going to add a bookmark. So to add a bookmark, we require a model. This model is a string, requires a string as an argument. Okay, let's see. So here we have this bookmark request response. That's the model that we want to use. Okay, model is equals to bookmark. Let's get this down. And we need to provide an ID. So this ID is going to be the job ID, the ID that we have here. Okay, and let's paste it here. Once we paste the ID, now we need to go ahead and convert this model to string. So to convert the model to string, we're going to call, okay, book request response to JSON. And then here we're going to pass the model. Let's close it. Okay, so let's just go ahead and visit this. Okay, we don't have the method to convert to JSON here. So what we can do, let's just go ahead, open our Postman. In our Postman, we're going to go to create bookmark and we're going to copy this. Once we copy, we're going to go to our browser. And in our browser, we're going to go ahead and open QuickType and we're going to paste this. So we need to change the name to the name that we have here. Let's copy and then go back to our application. In our application, we need to visit the models. So to visit this model, we're just going to press on it, paste, save. So this is going to be job, and down below to JSON, and we pass a model and then we close it. So we need to create a variable here. New model is equals to this. So we're converting to string and then we copy, we paste our model here. Okay, so once we add, then we're going to go ahead and just set to true. So here we're going to have bookmark ID. That's what we need to do. So we want to go ahead and run a test. So let's say we open this job. Okay, it's running multiple times. Okay, removing is not an issue, but let's see adding. Okay, not a problem this time. Try the next job. Not a problem. Remove. Not a problem. Remove. We add again. Okay, so we're successfully done with that part. Next, we can move on to display all the bookmarks. So let's see. We have one. Okay, let's add that one too. So now we have two jobs. So in our bookmarks, so we want to go ahead and work on this page to just display all the head and open our views. Inside of our views, we need to go to bookmarks and we need to open the bookmarks page. So here we set our logic already, but we want to go ahead and have a title inside of this customer bar. So here we want to check if it is false. Then we're going to write something. We're going to have a string here, else we're going to have another string like that. So here, if it is true, we're going to have the title bookmarks if a user is logged in. But if a user is not logged in, then we're going to just display an empty string. Okay, so what we need to do here, let's try to do that and save. Okay, that would work also. If not bookmark, if not login notifier, login, then return this. Otherwise, we're going to return this title. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on our body. So here we're just returning a center, but we need to do more. So what we need to do, we need to remove this center. So instead of this center, we're going to have a consumer widget. So our consumer is going to consume a bookmark notifier, and we have to give it a name, and the name has to be book notifier like that. Oh, that's wrong. Okay, so let me just copy this, paste it here, make this lowercase like that. And down here, we need to use this book notifier to get bookmarks. Okay, so we're getting bookmarks using our token, so we don't need to send any arguments here. And we're going to return a stack. So inside of our stack, we're going to have children as always. So our first child is going to be a positioned widget. So in our positioned widget, we need to set some parameters right at the top. The first being top, we need to set to 0. It's supposed to be 0 here. Left and right, they're all going to be 0. And bottom is going to be 0 as well. Right is going to be 0. And bottom 0. Okay, like that. So we need to return a child, and our child is going to be a container. So inside of our container, we're going to require padding. It's supposed to be padding here. So our padding, we need to manipulate our edge insets horizontally. So we need to have symmetric. Let's come back here. It's supposed to be edge insets dot symmetric. So here it's supposed to be horizontal. On the horizontal, it's not horizontal but vertical. Okay, so let's have vertical over here. We're going to give it a vertical 15. After that, we need to go ahead and have our decoration. So decoration text box decoration. We're going to have our border radius first. So we're going to have border radius dot only. We want to manipulate the top left and the top right. Okay, so here we're going to have top right first. So we're going to have radius dots circular, and we need to give it a radius of 20. And here is supposed to be .w. So let's add a comma, copy paste, and we need to just change the side here from top right to top left. So let's save. So now we don't have anything as yet. So this is our border radius. We need to close. Come right below, we need to have a color. So our color is going to be a hexadecimal color. So this color is a little bit to right. Let's see. Okay, that's the right color, like a greenish color. So let's add const before that. And after our box decoration, we require a child. Our container requires a child. And in this child, we're going to go ahead and add our build container style. Okay, so we have our context. As for our child, we're going to return a padding. So padding text padding. It's supposed to be padding here. Padding text padding. So here we need to have edge insets dot horizontal dot symmetric, and we're manipulating the horizontal side, and we need to give it 20. It has to be W here. After that, let's add a comma, and right below, let's have our child. Okay, so our child is going to be a future builder. So for now, let's just have an empty container here. Save. So it's going to be like that. So here, right at the top, we need to make a change. We need to give this container a background color. Okay, so this color is, to make life easier for us, we need to just put them inside of our constants so that we can use them without a little bit of trouble, because writing colors is not funny at all. Okay, so that's going to be our color. And let's see. So here we need to change the air bar. We need to change the air bar unless we have a color property here. Let's see. Let's try to add a color property. Final color, and we add it here. Is it required? Let's see. Okay. Remove this required. Okay, it's always required. That's the problem that we are facing here. Okay, what we can do, we can make it nullable like that, so we don't have an error. So let's go ahead and hot reset our application. Go to our bookmarks. So if we don't provide a color here, then we're going to have this. So let's try to provide a color and see how it goes. Okay, that would do. That would work. So that's how we do it. It's a little bit tricky. So we just need to make this color nullable. If this color is not provided, then our air bar is going to be this color. And here, if we make it nullable, then we'll be able to just get rid of the required keyword here. Okay, so that's all. Let's see. So now we need to display our bookmarks here. We're going to have consts, copy this color, go to our constants. Instead of our constants, we're going to have const new blue is equals to that color, and we save. So here we'll be able to say new blue dot value, but we need to remove the const here. So that's how we can make it easier for ourselves. As for the green, we can do the same as well. We can just go ahead, create a new constant. Let's copy, go to our constants, and here we want to create another one, const green. We don't have green, we replace it with this one, and then we save. Back to our bookmarks, we need to change the value here. So here it's supposed to be green now, green dot value, remove consts. So we're good to go. So the only thing that's left is to get our jobs and display them inside this. So we need to replace this container with the future builder and work on our future builder to replace this container, but we should try to do something here. We need to change the color to light. Okay, so our text color, we cannot change it, but we should make it white somehow. Okay, so here we have our color as dark. So here we should just pass the color. Okay, or it's going to be dark dot value. Let's see. So here, okay, my mistake. It should be like this. Okay, so the color is blue. Here the color is blue. That's why. Okay. So that won't work for the better. What we can do here, color is not now, then we're going to have, we can use the color as a condition. Okay, light. Okay, that works for the better. So here we are just checking whether we are providing color to this background. If we're providing color, then we're going to set our text here to white, else it's going to be black. Okay, so we can try to format it so that it can be visible and bring this a little bit down like that. So now that makes sense. The next thing that we need to do, let's go ahead and work on our future builder. So in our page, we need to go down. Instead of having this container, we're going to have a future builder. So our future builder takes a future and a builder. So here we need to mention the type that we're going to have in here. So we're going to have a list of type or bookmarks. Okay, so since we have wrapped this in a book notifier, that means we can use book notifier to get our data. Okay, so here is supposed to be book notifier.getBookmarks. Or what we can do, instead of getting the bookmarks here, we can run it the first time right on top. and store the results in a variable. So we're going to say var bookmarks is equals to, so what we need to do here, let's go back here. So we need to make it a future. We need to give this a type, okay, like this, and we're going to have a return value right at the bottom. So let's see, we do have errors. The errors are related to this. So if we have a over here, now it's of type future, okay? So that's what we need. So we can get this future and we can place it here. So our error is gone for that part. And in our builder, we're going to go ahead and have our context and our snapshot. Okay, like that. And here we're going to return some braces. We're not going to use an arrow function. So inside of our braces, that's where we need our return value. So in our return, we're going to check the connection state first. Okay. So here we're going to have if snapshot dot connection state is equals to connection state dot waiting. Then we need to go ahead and return a page loader. So here we're going to have our return value and we're going to have const page loader. That's the first. And we're going to have else if our snapshot dot has error. So if we have an error, then we're going to go ahead and return a text. Okay, this text is going to be a string and we're going to go ahead and just say error, and then we're going to print the error. Okay, $. So our error here has to be snapshot.error, like that. So in our else, that's where we have our data, right? So if we have our data, then we're going to go ahead and return a list view. A list view builder, not a list view. My mistake. List view dot builder. So our list view dot builder takes an item builder and an item count. So we're going to put our item count right on top. So here we're going to process the data that we get from this bookmark. So we're going to have another variable here, a file with the name, let's say bookmarks. Let's say processed. It might be long. The name might be long. Processed books is equals to snapshots dot data. Okay, like that. So this is a list. So we need to use this list here dot length, and we have to add a now checker here. So our error is gone. We need to close this to make everything visible. Okay. So here we're going to have context and our index, and we're going to return something, and we need to have our scroll direction as well right on top. So as for scroll direction, we're going to have axis.vertical. We need to scroll vertically. So down here, before we return, we need to create a final instance of our data. So we're going to say final. This one is going to be a single bookmark, not box, but bookmark is equals to processed bookmark, then index. Okay, and then we close it. Right at the bottom, that's where we're going to have our return value. So we're going to return a widget uploaded tile. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that won't work because it's returning, it requires a job. Okay, so this job, let's see whether a bookmark can be mapped to this job. Not really. Not really. They are different. Job response. Okay, so we need to go ahead and create a new tile with the name bookmark tile. Okay, so we need to open this. After opening this, we need to just copy everything, go to our bookmarks, create a new folder, and we're going to call it widgets. Okay, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it bookmark. It's supposed to be bookmark tile underscore tile here, and it has to be a dot file, like that. So let's paste the code that we just copied, and we need to change the name to bookmark tile, like that. And we need to change the type here to all bookmarks. So we're going to just, okay, let's comment out this line. So that's the job. Yeah, okay. So that's how we're going to do it. But now let's just pass the data from our bookmark page. Okay, let's save this first. After saving the page, here we're going to get rid of this string, and let's get rid of this required value over there. So if we get rid of that, we need to get rid of this too. Okay, so here we're just going to have the view. So here we're going to have our bookmark tile, and we're going to just send a bookmark, so we won't have an error. And we need to get rid of this text because it's obsolete. We save, and we need to close this one here. After we close, we don't have any error, so we need to just okay, not that. Okay, so we need to handle whatever error that we're getting in here. Okay, job here. So we need to get into this. Okay, so first we can go ahead and okay, we can just leave it like that for now. If we need to go any further, then we can do that. So it's supposed to be job dot image URL. So it's supposed to be job.job, because inside of that bookmark that we just sent, we have a job. What we can do, instead of making it a job here, we can make it a bookmark. Okay, so that we can just have a difference. Okay, so here we are changing this value because we changed this value right here. Okay, so this bookmark is going to be required instead of a job. And we changed this because we changed this final variable that we have here. Okay, so right at the bottom, we're going to replace this one with bookmark. And let's go ahead and select. Okay, that won't work. I'm going to select all occurrence of this. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Okay, that will do. And I'm going to paste. And I'm going to add a dot, so we don't have any error. Okay, so in order to get rid of this error, make sure that you reload your page, because we have our list view builder here, but we didn't even reload our page. So this is what our page will look like. So here we need to deal with this part. Okay, so we have two options. You can either go to the job, or you can just change this to delete. It's now easy because you have the bookmark ID. Okay, the bookmark ID is right outside bookmark.id. Okay, so if we come here, let's say bookmark page, when we're getting this bookmark, right, we can print all the IDs of our bookmark. So here we can have a print statement, bookmark.id. So you can use the ID to delete the bookmark. But for me, I'm just going to view. So going back to this view, but here if we just tap, we're supposed to be redirected to jobs page. So I'm going to uncomment this, and I'm going to select all the occurrence of this, and I'm going to paste a bookmark like that. So it's supposed to be bookmark.job.title. So if I press, I'm sent to this page. Okay, and this is a bookmark. This is a bookmark. Okay, so we are done with this page. Next, we're going to focus on our profile, I guess, since we have we do have our token already. Head and work on our user controller in our backend. So what we can do, we can just switch. Okay, so here we want to go to our backend. Okay, let's make it full screen. So I'm going to close everything. I'm going to close all here. After closing all, in our controllers, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it user controller, and it has to be a JS file. Okay, after creating the file, we're going to require a user model. So we're going to have user here, and it's going to require, here we need to access our models. After accessing our models, we need to map it to this user. Okay, so for now, that's what we need to do. So let's go right at the bottom. We're going to have to export all the functions that we're going to create. So we're going to use module exports is equals to, and then we put braces. Instead of our braces, then we're going to create our functions. So our first function is going to be update user. Okay, update user. So the function has to be asynchronous, and is going to take in a request and a response. Okay, seems like we did some. Okay, so it has to be asynchronous here. Okay, so everything is okay. Here we need to have our try catch block. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a new variable for updated user. We're going to await our user, then we're going to find one. It's find by ID and update. So here we're going to require a token to access this model. So to find the user, we're going to use requests.user.id like that. Once we get the user, then we are going to go ahead and set the request body. Okay, it's supposed to be $ over here, then set. Here we're going to take the request.body, then we're going to set new to true like that. After doing that, we need to go ahead and just save. Okay, after we save, then probably in the front end, what we're going to do, we're just going to get the user again. So we don't need this. Okay, so it's supposed to be response.status, and our status is going to be 200, and we're going to send back a JSON. So after we send back a JSON, our JSON here, we just have to send a status, and our status is going to be true, like that. If we catch an error, then we're going to send back a response, and our status is going to be 500. Supposed to be status over here. It's supposed to be 500, and then we're going to send back a JSON. So in here, in our JSON, we're going to pass the error. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for updating a user. After updating a user, we need to go ahead and create one to delete a user. So to delete a user, our function is going to be asynchronous. We're going to take in request and response. And here we have to close this. So to delete a user, we are going to have our try catch block. In our try, we're going to await our user, then find by ID and delete. Okay. So in here, we need to pass the ID. So the ID is request user.id, and we need to send back the response like that. So we are done with that part. If we have an error, we are going to just send back the error. Let's work on our next, which is to get a user. Okay, we need to get a user, which is the most important one here. So when we're getting a user, we need our try catch block as well. In our try, we're going to create a variable const, let's call it profile, not user. Is equals to await. We're going to await our user, and we're going to find the user by ID. We have to pass the ID. So our ID is coming from request user.id. And then here, when we're when we're sending back the response, we have to send back the profile. So that is correct. Like response.status JSON, then we send back the profile here. But this might not be correct. Okay, so let's not correct per se, but we might send the data that we don't need to send back to the user. Okay, so down below we're going to go ahead and have another variable. We need to create a variable. We need to use the spread operator down here. So in our spread operator, we're going to get rid of the password. We're going to get rid of created at updated at __v, and then we're going to send this, we can call it user data. So this user data is coming from profile _doc like that. So we're going to send back this user data. Okay, so if we do have an error, we just send back the response. So here it's supposed to be res, not response, like that. Let's copy this and then we paste it down. Okay, so that's what we need to do for now. Later on, we need to add SKUs, we need to update an agent, do more stuff. So we're going to put it in here. But for now, this is what we need. So let's go ahead and save this file. After saving, we need to push the changes to GitHub. Okay, so we're going to say, okay, before we even do that, we need to go ahead and create our user route here. Okay, so it's supposed to be user.js. So for our route, we're going to copy one of the routes that we have, paste the code in here. So here we're going to get user first, user, and we're going to delete user. and we're going to update. Okay, so let's save that, get rid of the last one. So we need to verify auth. Here we need to change because we require a user controller, not a bookmark controller. So we're going to just, okay, let's select everything that we need to select. Just call it lowercase user here. So this is going to be user controller. So here it's supposed to be get user, and it's supposed to be a get method. Delete will remain delete. So here it's supposed to be delete user. For updates, we're going to use put method, and here it's supposed to be delete user. Okay, so we are done with these. What we need to do here, we need to make sure that, okay, we're getting our functions. So if you have over pressing command on Mac, then we'll see the data related to that function. Okay, so if we do the same for the second one, we will see the data as well. Okay, so for put, it's supposed to be update user. Okay, like that. But this, the first one is the most important one. These ones you can go and explore how you can like use them. I'm not going to use them in the front end, but it's best to create them in the back end, so that if someone wants to use them, then they can go ahead and do that. So here we need to go to our index.js. In our index.js, we need to import our user router here, and we need to map it to user. Okay, now we've got that out of the way. Here we need our users, and we need user router. Okay, so everything is okay now. We can try to go and run a test in Postman, and then we can go and implement it in our front end. Okay, it's going to be a little bit tricky. In our front end, we might need everything to implement this kind of logic that we have. We might need to add skills, do a lot of stuff before we even start testing. So before we start implementing, but for Postman, we can run the test. That's a good thing. So here we're going to have user controller like that and commit. Let's just finish with everything that's related to the user, and then we can move on to our front end. So let's go to Postman first. We're going to be alternating between Postman and our backend. So here we need to copy this token. Once we copy the token, we need to go to get user, and we need to paste the token here, and then we can just save. Okay, after saving, we need to send a request. So our function is working fine without any problem. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to add skills, get skills, something like that. So we need to go back to our front end. So the first thing to our backend, the first thing that we need to go ahead and create a new file in our models, and we're going to call it skills. Okay, and it has to be a JS file. After we create the skills model, we need to go ahead and fill in the data. So here we're going to take this smallest schema that we have, and we're going to paste it in here. We have to change the name here to skills. Okay, skills schema. It's supposed to be skills schema. So let's just select everything. Let's call it skill. Okay, skill schema, new schema, and then here we're going to call it skill. Okay, so we're going to require two things. We're going to require the user ID and the skill, and they're all both going to be strings, so we can get rid of this. We already have our user ID, so right at the bottom we're going to require the skill. Okay, like that. So we're done with this model. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and create functions to add skills. So we're going to create them in this user model. At the top, we have to go ahead and import the model that we just created. So here, the model, we have to give it a name. So the name is going to be skill. Okay, and it has to be mapped to skill like that. Okay, skills. Okay, let's see. It has to be skills here. So first, we're going to add skills. Okay, create a function to add skills. Let's make sure our k is lowercase, and our function is going to be asynchronous, and is going to take requests and response. So inside of a function, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create an instance of our skills. So it's supposed to be new skills is equals to new skill. It's new skills. Then in here, we're going to take in the two parameters that we put in our model, the user ID, and the user ID is going to come from request user ID, and we need the skill. So the skill is going to come from our requests.body.skill. Okay, like that. So we need to check with our Postman. So if we go to Postman, okay, so this is the name of the value. It's supposed to be skill. So everything is correct. Once we get this, now we can have our try catch block. So in our try catch block, what we need to do, we just need to save this new skill to our database. It's supposed to be new skill since it's going to be 1. So we're going to await new skill, and then we save. Let's close that. After saving, we're going to send back a response alongside with the status, and our status is going to be 200, and we need to send back JSON. So in the JSON that we are sending, okay, before we send back the response, we are sending this, we are creating skills, right? After creating, we need to update. Okay, let's open our user model. We need to update this boolean value, okay, to true, to signify that we have skills now. If we don't, this one is going to be false. Okay, so if we signify this, if we make it to true, then when we are getting our skills, when we are getting our profile, we can determine whether to display skills or not, right? So here, let's go ahead and try to await. We're going to await user, and we're going to find one by ID and update. Okay, so here we're going to go ahead and use the user ID. After using the user ID, then we need to go ahead and update. Okay, so here to update, we say we're going to use set, and we put whatever we want to update in here. So we want to update one field. So it's supposed to be skills, if I'm not mistaken. So we need to revisit the user model again. Okay, so it's supposed to be skills here, skills, and we need to set it to true. Okay, like that. After updating our skills, that's when we are going to send back a response to the user. The response.status, and our status is going to be 200. Then we're going to pass a JSON. So instead of our JSON, we're going to have a status, and we want to set it to true, and we're going to just leave it like that. We're not going to pass a message. We're just going to return true. If we do have an error, then we catch that error and just show the error. So that's what we do to update skills, to add, not to update. So next we need to get skills. Okay, so here it's an asynchronous function that takes the request and the response in our function. Then we have our braces. So the first thing that we require here is a user ID. So we're going to have consts user ID is equals to a requests user.id, like that. Let's close it. Right at the bottom, we're going to have our try catch block. So in our try, we're going to go ahead and create a new instance of our skills. Here we want to await. Let's check, is it skill or skills? Okay, let's see, skills. Okay, so we use skills here. Skills dot, we are going to find skills. To find skills, we're going to use the user ID, okay, which is this user ID. So if we come here to skills, we have a user ID here. So it matches with this property that we have here, okay? After we get those skills, we want to exclude some properties. So here we have created it. We want to set it to 0, updated it. Let's set it to 0, and underscore v, we set it to 0 as well. Okay. After that, we want to check the length of the skills. So here we're going to be accessing these skills that we have here, that we have saved. Skills.length is equals to 0. Then we need to send an empty list, an empty array. So here it's supposed to be response.status So for status, it's going to be 200, and then we're going to send back a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to go ahead and just send an empty array like that. So let's just close that and let's add a return here like that. So if that's not the case, then we need to send back the skills. So we have a response, and our status is going to be 200, supposed to be status, and here 200, and we need to send back a JSON. So in our JSON, we are just going to pass the skills as they are. So let's close, save, and then if we do have an error, we are going to return the error. So next, we're going to go ahead and try to delete a skill. So we're going to have delete skill, and we need to close it. After close, put a comma. So inside, we're going to require the ID of the skill that we're deleting. Okay, so this ID is going to come from our request params. Okay, like that. And here we're going to have our try catch block. So in our try, we're going to go ahead and await skills dot delete. It's supposed to be delete by ID. Okay, so let's make sure that we do the right thing. Find and delete. Okay, find by ID and delete. So here we're supposed to pass the ID. Once we pass the ID, everything, then we need to send back a response with a status of 200, and then the JSON with a status. Okay, and as for our error, we just do the same. We pass back the error here. So let's go ahead, go down. So that's all that we need to do for our skills. Okay, so here what we're going to do, we are going to try to add a skill. Okay, so we need to go to our Postman and then add skill. Try to add a skill, but before we do that, we need to make sure that we have the correct authorization. So we're going to copy the token from here, go to add skills, authorization, and then we're going to paste the token, save the request, go to our body, and then we're just going to send. So we have an error because we didn't hook these functions to our router. So let's go back. So we need to go to user. Okay, capitalize add SKU route. So it's supposed to be a post, and here it has to be slash SKUs. Then here this has to be lowercase add SKU. Okay, so we are done with that. Let's go ahead and have our other ones. So the other one is to get. We want to get SKUs. Okay, it's supposed to be get SKU. So it's supposed to be SKUs, and then here we map it to get SKUs like that. The following is going to be delete. Okay, let's capitalize delete skill route. So to delete a skill, we're going to require an ID, a skill ID. So we need to add slash, and then we're going to pass our ID via params. So here we need our ID, and we need to map it to delete skill. Okay, so this is okay. So if we go back to our Postman, send back this, then true, we have our skills, our skill. So we can send another one. Here we can say supposed to be Flutter and Dart. Okay, true. We can add another one that's React Native, true, Swift UI. Okay, this the space is not supposed to be there, but it's okay. I'm just going to send. Okay, so we're done with that part. Next, we're going to get the SKUs. So let's come here, copy our token from here, and then get SKUs, authorization, replace the token, save. So here we need to change this endpoint. Okay, so it has to be URL user. It has to be like that, and we send. Okay, let's save first. Okay, we still have the same error. Localhost 5002 API user SKUs. Okay, so let's go back to okay, so these ones are written post. Supposed to be get here, and this one is supposed to be delete like that. Go back to our Postman. Okay, we're getting our SKUs. So we have our ID, user ID, and the SKU. So we added 3. So these are the SKUs that we added. So we're getting a list back. Okay, So that's cool. That's okay. So to delete a skill, let's see, we don't have the route. So we're just going to create the route here. Copy the one that we have, change the name to delete. Okay. Supposed to be delete skill, and it has to be a delete. So we need to pass an ID. So we're just going to get one ID from here, pass it, and send. True. So that means that skill has been deleted. So if we go to get skills again, okay, yeah, we deleted Swift UI, so we don't have it anymore. We can delete another one just to be sure. So let's get skills again. Okay, so we have two. Our functions are working fine. Now we need to go ahead and handle our agents. So in our agents, we're going to have get agents, get agent, post agent details, put, that's like update, and get the jobs belonging to a particular agent. So we're going to have 5 functions. We need to deal with these ones, and then we can go back to our front end. So let's go back to our application. So these ones, we're going to handle them in here in our user. So here we need to create a model for our agent. Skills, we want to move on to our agent. Okay, so if a person applies to be an agent, they have to fill a form, and we'll receive that form. Okay, not we, the admin will receive the form and then process, or you can do the process automatically. It depends on you, like whether you want to show the admin or whether you want to do the process automatically. But for this application right here, it's going to be automatic. Like if a person fill the form and the form is correct, then they'll get an automatic permission to become an agent. So what we're going to do here, we're going to require a new file, and we're going to call it agent, and it has to be a JS file. In this file, we need to go ahead and create our schema. So to create our schema, let's go ahead and copy the schema that we have for skills, paste it here, and we want to make some changes to it. Let's see, it should be uppercase either way. Okay, skills, we are done with skills, agent, Control D. So here we want to have our agent schema. Okay, like that. So for agent, we're going to require user ID, and we're going to require UID. Okay, so we're also going to require the company name, the HQ address, and the working hours. So we're going to have 5 values. So first, we're going to require a company, like which company they work for. Here, we're also going to have HQ address, supposed to be underscore address, as well as working hours. Okay, like that, working hours. So we are done with our schema, and here we have to say agent. So that's our schema. We just need to save. After saving our schema, now we need to go to our user controller. Right after our delete, we need to go ahead and have a function to add or post. Okay, like let's say add agent. Okay, so the function is going to be asynchronous, require request response. Let's close it here. So inside, we're going to create a new variable with the name new agent. Okay, so for us to get a new agent, we need to have our schema here, new agent, brackets first and braces, because we're getting data from different parts. So here I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So our user ID is going to come from a request user.id. Okay, this is not going to be a name. We don't have a name, but we do have a UID, body.uid. We're also going to require working hours. Supposed to be working hours come from our request body. HQ address is going to come from our request body. Okay, so we have 4. We need 5 values. The last value is going to be the company. Okay, request body.company. So after we have this, now we can have our try catch block right at the bottom. Okay, in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to save this agent. So we're going to await new agent dot save. So after saving the agent, we're going to go ahead and send back a status, a response, not a status. So we're going to have a response dot status and our status is going to be 200, and here is going to be true. Okay, so this is also going to, let's see whether we, okay, this is ending. We need to update somehow, to update an agent. So to update an agent, we're going to deal with it in a minute. So let's copy this, paste it down, and we change the name to update agent. Okay, after updating agent, we're going to get this data from our requests. On our update agent, we need to come to add agent here. Let's change the name to agent. Okay, that's the first thing. So here, after we save, we need to find the user and update the status that this user is now an agent. So it's something that we have to do automatically. So here we're going to await user.findById. Find by ID and update. Okay. So in here, we're going to use request user.id, and then we want to set a value. Okay, so here set, then we need to set agent to true. Okay, so that's what we need to do here. Okay, it's a different case, so let's keep this data for now, but let's comment it out. Try catch block, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and remove this. Okay, so first we need to have const updated agent is equals to await agent. We want to find one by ID and update. Okay, so we need the ID here. Okay, so we want to get our ID from our params. So const ID is equals to request params.id. Okay, so in here we're going to pass our ID like that. After passing our ID, then we want to update some fields. Okay, so we're going to have the fields that we want to update. So here, let's go ahead and uncomment this so that we can copy the fields. So let's just copy everything in braces, paste it here. Did we do the right thing? Paste. Okay, seems like we do have. Okay, like that. So we need to get rid of the user ID. So we're going to update these three fields. Okay, after updating, then we need to go ahead and set new to true. After that, we need to go ahead and check if not updated user, updated agent, not user. If not updated agent, then we need to send back a response. So here we're going to return a response along with the status 404 and the JSON. Okay, not JSON message. So in here, we're going to have our status first, as always. So our status is going to be false, and we're going to have a message, agent not found. Okay, let's close the string. So if the agent is found, that's when we are sending back the other response that we have on top. So let's format our code. So this is if the agent is not found, but if the agent is found, this is what we're sending back. If we have an error, this is what we are doing. Okay, so it's supposed to be error dot message here. Same as for other occurrence. So you can add this one for all other occurrence. So that's it for updating an agent, but we still have a lot to do to pertaining our agent. So we added, we updated. So now we need to get an agent. So here we're going to say get agent. It's supposed to be agent. So this one has to be asynchronous, taking request and response. So in here, we're going to get an agent using the UID. Okay, to get an agent, we're going to use UID. So here we're going to have our try catch block inside of our try. Then we're going to have const agent is equals to agent.find. Okay, so now we need to find an agent. So to find an agent, we're going to use the UID. So this UID is going to come from a request params, request.params.uid. Okay, we call it UID here. And when we're sending back the response, we have to get rid of some other values like created date. Okay, so created date has to be 0 here. Updated date has to be 0, and underscore v has to be 0 as well. Okay. Okay, so here we have to await. So like that. It looks like we have an error. Okay, let's call it agent data. Okay, we don't have our model right on top, so that's why we're running into an error. Okay, so here we are going to have agent, and we have to map it to our model. Okay, it's a little bit tricky when it's like this. Agent. Okay, so we need to get rid of this data. We don't require in update agent, we don't require that data. In get agent, okay, so this is our schema, our model right on top. So this is correct. After getting this data, now we need to just access, because if we find this, let's see, const, we are going to cross check. Okay, is equals to agent data. So this one is going to be a list of agents. So we need to get the first thing that's on our first index. After getting that item, then we're going to return a response with the status 200, and we're going to return the agent here. After returning the agent, then we need to pass the error if we catch one. So that's all for getting agent. Now we need to get agents for our chart. So we need to create the function get agents. It takes in the same parameters, and we need to close it. So we need to work inside the brace. Instead of our brace, we're going to have try catch. So inside of our try, we need to have an instance of our agents is equals to agent dot aggregate. So we're going to return a list. So here we need to match agents which are active. Okay, agents which are true. Okay, so the match, we're going to use match to filter. It's supposed to be match here. Okay, so here it ain't supposed to be agent, it's supposed to be user. Okay, where is agent is equals to true. Okay, that's the first. Our next one is going to be sample, like the sample. How many agents do you want to get back? Do we want to get back? Okay, so that's going to be our sample. That's like a sample size. So we need to provide the size. So we're going to have a size of 7. After we have our size, we need to go ahead and include and exclude some other parameters. So we're going to have project. In our project, we don't need the ID. If we include the ID, then we're bound to run into an error. So ID is going to be 0 here. That's the user ID. Username is going to be 1. And we need the profile. So our profile is going to be 1. And we also need the UID. So UID, we're going to use the UID to get the full details of that agent. Okay, so that's all that we need to do here. After we are done, we are going to send back a response alongside with the status of 200, and we need to send back a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to send back this agent that we created on top. So here, don't forget to add await like that. If we do have an error, we want to catch that error and send it back like that. So that's all that we need to do for this one. Next, we want to go ahead and work on our routes. After our routes, then we go back to our front end and open our user. So in our user, we need to add more routes. In our user router, we need to add more routes here. So let's just add, and then we come to make some changes. So we're going to have one to delete SKUs, get SKUs, delete SKUs, and we're going to start to change from here. Okay, so here we're going to add agent. So to add is supposed to be a post. So when we are posting an agent, we're going to use agents as our, okay, so we have 2 here. So let's get rid of that one. Here it's supposed to be agents. Okay, and let's get rid of that. We want the token, and here we want to add agent. So if we hover over, that's our function. Next, we want to update. We're updating an agent. So here it's supposed to be a put. Okay. It's supposed to be agent, update agent. Then we have over, we're requiring an ID from our params. So this is the ID that we are passing here. So let's add another one. We want to get a single agent. So if you're getting a single agent, we're passing UID, and here is get agent. So this is supposed to be get single agent. Okay. So we need to have the last one to get multiple agents. So here we're going to say multiple agents. Okay. So to get multiple agents, we're just going to call agent. Okay. Agents. And then here it's supposed to be get agents. Okay. So here, let's make it a capital letter G. Go back to our user. It's supposed to be not this one, but this one. It's supposed to be get agents. Okay, like that. Let's save that one. Get agents like that. So get, put, and post. Okay. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to Postman and try to run some tests. So let's open our Postman. Go to agents. So here, if we run this invalid token, so we need a token, go to our login, copy the token. After copying the token, we go back. Okay, so here it's supposed to be, authorization on top of the folder. Save, close, and then we send this request. Okay, so these are the agents that I have in my backend. Okay, so let's say we have this UID. We want to get, okay, I have one agent with some jobs. Okay, that's the one. Paste the UID here and send. It looks like it's taking longer than anticipated. So let's see. Let's see what's going on. User controller, get agent, UID, agent. Okay, let's see whether we don't have a response. So let's cancel, copy again, paste it. Oh, no auth. This one is written no auth. That's why. Let's say, let's inherit from parent. Okay, so that's supposed to be our agent. Okay, and we need another one to get jobs from agent. So we didn't create this one. That's something that we should do. So I'm not going to test update details, update agent details and stuff, but we can do that. Let's just go ahead here. We're going to copy the ID, or let's check the data that we have. This is the name, so I'm just going to update the name. Okay, so we might as well say the best tech here. Let's try to post it like that. Okay, so let's check what do we need if you are posting an update. We're updating these three. We require an ID. So let's paste the ID. Let's get rid of the UID from here. And let's post. Invalid token, inherit from parent, send. Okay, true. So if we get the same agent, the best tag. So we've successfully updated. So to get jobs, we need to go ahead and get jobs which are related to an agent. So we need to create the function. We haven't done that, so we'll do that in a few. So here, let's close all the tabs and save the ones that we want to save. Okay, so we want to get all the jobs for a particular agent. Go back to our application. We need to go back to our server. Okay, jobs related to one particular agent, we need to do it inside of our jobs. Okay, jobs controller. So right after search, we're going to say get agent jobs, like that. And it has to be asynchronous. Asynchronous checks in request and response. The requests, the response. So inside, we're just going to require a UID because we're going to use UID to get the jobs. UID is equals to request params.uid. So right at the bottom, we're going to have our try catch block. So in our try, we're going to create a new variable with the name agent jobs. Okay. So we're going to await our job model, and then we are going to find. So in here, we need to pass the UID. Agent ID. Okay. In jobs, this ID is recognized as agent ID. And we map it to UID. After getting the job, then we need to go ahead and get rid of __v 0. We need created date 0, updated dates. Okay, so we need to add a 0 here. And we need to sort these jobs by date. Okay, so to sort, we're going to use the sort method, braces, brackets, braces, and then created date -1, like that. So here we need to return a response. So we're going to return these agent jobs. If we have an error, then we're going to catch that error and send it back. So here we can just copy that, paste it here. Like that. So we are done with that part. So what we need to do, go back to Postman, not to Postman per se, we need to set it in our routes. So go back to routes, job, and then we need to create one here to get, and here we're going to require a UID from our params. Okay, UID. That might cause a conflict. That might cause a conflict. So let's see. Here we have to add agent /UID. Okay. And then we get agent jobs like that. And then we save. After saving, we need to go back to our Postman. In our Postman, here we're using UID. So we can get this UID that we're using right here, paste it here, and then send the request. So we get all the jobs that's related to our agents. But we can exclude some of the stuff like requirements. We don't need requirements and description. So let's go ahead and just, okay, let's leave them like that. But if you want to, you can exclude them, but that means you have to go ahead and work on your models again a little bit to remove the parameters that you remove from this response. Okay, I'm going to leave it like this so that we can just continue seamlessly without causing any confusion. Okay, so all these are tested and they're working. So applications, we're going to work on them when we're working on our chart. Okay, so right now we can work seamlessly in our front end. So let's go back to this application. we need to push our changes to GitHub, and we can say agent functions and routes. Okay, and just commit application. So in our Flutter application, we need to work on our profile. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to our services. In our services, we come to helpers. So in our helpers, we need to go to auth. So in auth, we have login, sign up. We need to create one more to get the profile. So to get the profile, we're going to require a function with auth headers, like token in auth headers. So what we can do, we can go to bookmarks. In bookmarks, we have this one with auth headers. So let's just come and copy delete bookmark. And then we need to go back to our auth. Let's close this. Okay, before we close, we need to add a little bit of space. Paste it first, and then we can close this one. Okay, so here we need to change the name to GetProfile. After changing the name, we want to change the return value. So our return value here is going to be a future profile response. Okay, so to get the profile, we don't require any arguments here. So let's get rid of the arguments. This is going to remain the same, and our URL is going to be profile. So we need to get rid of this, and we need to get rid of this. And let's add the bracket. So here it's supposed to be profile URL like that, and it's supposed to be a get method. So we are sending the URL. If our response is 200, then we are going to go ahead and do something in here. Okay, so we're going to just return, or we can just create a value of our profile is equals to, it's supposed to be profile from JSON, and here we need response.body like that, and let's close it. And down here we're going to return our profile, and at the bottom we're going to throw exceptions, but we need to do some extra steps. So in here we're going to go ahead and add, we want to add a condition like if token is null, we need to check for token first is equals to null, and then we want to throw exceptions. It's supposed to be throw. Here it's supposed to be exception, not exceptions. So we need to just pass a string here. No authentication token provided. Okay, or found. The difference is the same. So down here we're going to have our headers. So we can only get to our headers if this condition is met. Okay, if this condition is not true, if it is true, then we're going to just stop here. So down here we're going to have our URL, and we need to wrap this inside of a try catch block. Paste this here. So whenever we get our response, return our return value. If we have an error, we're going to go ahead and have an exception. So here the message is going to be slightly different. So here it's supposed to be failed to get the profile. And if we do have an error here, we're going to go ahead. Okay, let's see. Failed to get the profile again, and we need to go ahead and print the error. Let's see whether we can do some extra stuff. Not really. So this is okay. So if you run this, we're supposed to get our response. Here it's supposed to be profile. So going to our profile page, so we need to visit screens, authentication, profile. So we need to get our profile right on top, in its state. So we need to create a function right on top. It's supposed to be get profile. So to run, we need to set some conditions, because we're getting our profile in two different ways. If the draw is true and if the draw is false, they have to be different. And if, because like we have a situation whereby if you're running it in its state, if the user is not logged in, that function is going to run regardless. So we need to avoid that kind of situation whereby we have this function running when a user is not logged in. Okay, so we need to take some not extra, but precautionary steps to avoid that kind of situation. Okay, So to get user profile, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to require a provider. So we need to access our login provider. Login notifier here is equals to provider of login notifier, like that. So in our login notifier, we're going to go ahead into, we want to access the value like login notifier dot logged in. That's the value that we want to get. Okay, but before that, we want to check if drawer, supposed to be widget.drawer here, because that's our value. Widget.drawer is equals to false, and login notified dot logged in, supposed to be logged in. That's the value that we want, is equals to true. Then we're going to go ahead and run this function. So here we're going to have a variable with the name user profile. So we have to declare it on top, is equals to, supposed to be auth helper dot get profile. Okay, so let's close that. So here, if we check the return type, is of type profile response. Okay, future profile response. So we need to have it right on top. So we're going to have let profile response is equals to, okay, not equals to, here it's supposed to be user profile. Okay, like that, and then we close it. So we need to import this model. So if we import, our arrow go away and this arrow will go away. Right at the bottom, we want to check, okay, like else if, and our condition is going to be similar. And down here, we're going to have else, okay? So our else, we're going to run nothing in there. So these two conditions, if draw is false or true, and login is true, then we should go ahead and just run this as well so that we can get our data. After getting our data, if this condition is not met, or these two conditions are not met in any of the two, then we're just going to return, we're not going to do anything. A user is not logged in here. Okay, so we are not going to run this get profile. Okay, so if we put this function init state, it's okay. We are not going to run into an error. So here we're going to get profile init state. So let's close this. We want to go down here. We do have our app bar. Let's just say give it a text. What we can do here, we can make this asynchronous. At the same time, we want to have, okay, our shared preference. So here we're going to initialize our shared preference. We want to get the username. Shared preference prefs is equals to shared preference dot get instance. We close it. So here we have to await like that. Let's remove the extra L, and we have two errors. Okay, they're coming from here, so we can just pass an empty string for now. So once we have our prefs, what we can do, if these conditions are met, then we're going to get something. Okay, so let's create a value right on top. It's going to be a string. Let's call it username is equals to an empty string. So let's go ahead, close it. Username is equals to prefs.getString. Okay, so if we go ahead, we should go ahead and check how did we save our username. Okay, so we go to login. So we do have a username here, so that will check out, and that's the same username that we want to go ahead and display on top. So here we're going to have a condition login notifier logged in, then we're going to go ahead, have a string, else we're going to have another string. So we just need to replace the value. So if this is true, then we're going to display our username. If it is false, then we're going to just return an empty string. So let's try to hot reload our application. Okay, we do have an error related to our provider. So since we are running this init state, our provider init state, we need to come here and set listen to false like that, so that we can get rid of that error. So let's just reset our application, come back to our profile. So that's the name, orange. And to make it a little bit more interesting, let's go ahead and capitalize this to uppercase like that. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to work on our profile picture as well as the data that we need to display here, and then we can work on the rest of our of our widgets. We just need to cut this. Let's go ahead and cut this custom outline button. Let's cut it. I'm going to put it down here, and I'm going to comment out the code like that. And we need to remove this center. So instead of a center, we're going to go ahead and have a future builder. Okay, so our future builder, as always, it takes a future in the builder. So our future here is going to be user profile, and our builder is supposed to be contexts and snapshot, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's correct. And snapshot, let's format it. Let's bring this down. Let's bring the builder down. So here we need to have our conditions. Okay, we need to have our conditions. So what we can do, since we have the code already somewhere, we can go ahead and look for the code, and then we can just, okay, job details. In job details, we are returning a future builder somewhere. So here, that's our future builder. So we can copy this up until this point. We paste it here. Okay, so now we can do with our data. Okay, so if we, let's see. So here we need to return something. So what we need to do, first we need to store our data. So here we're going to have var profile is equals to snapshot.data, like that. Okay, and let's close it, and we're going to return a list view. Okay, so our list view takes in children. And let's close this here. So at first we're just going to put it like this without anything in it. So let's press back, go to our okay, this part user profile hasn't been initialized. Let's see, same error. Okay, so we're here. Let's see. This might be causing a little bit of a problem. Let's remove async here and get rid of our shared preference for now. Okay, so if we have async here, it slows the process down. So what we can do, we can have a separate function to get these. So the best way to go about it is not to have them here, but to go ahead and put them in our provider, but that won't be a good idea. So let's just have get prefs here, get name. Okay, let's just say get name. So get name has to be asynchronous. Okay, get name has to be async. It has to be async. So the conditions are going to be the same, but we need to remove these. So let's go ahead and remove these here. Make them two separate functions. Let's save and let's get name. Okay, let's close it. Okay, that's working fine. Let's try to restart the application. If we restart the application, okay, that is okay, and we're already getting our data here. So far so good. So we want to cut this and we want to put it down here somehow. Let's see whether we have padding. We do have padding in our list view. So we want to have edge insets dot symmetric horizontal. We're going to give it a horizontal of 20. So here, let's use .w. Okay, so before we return this list view, let's do something. We want to return our build styled container, and then we paste our list view as the child of this container so that we can have that slick design in the background like that. So in our list view, we're going to have a container first here right on top. Let's close it. In our container, we're going to require width, and our width is going to be width. Okay, and as for height, we're going to have height multiplied by 0. Let's say 0.1. Let's add a decoration, not a decoration per se, but a color. Okay, let's see if we put K green. Okay, we have to go with that green, but here let's go ahead and have decoration. We want to put the color in our box decoration. So the first thing, that's going to be our color, and the next thing is going to be our border radius. And our border radius has to be a border radius dot all, then radius dot secular. Let's give it a 12.w. Okay. So our container is to have a child. So in our child, we are going to have a row. Okay, it has to be child first and then the name of the widget. So let's have a row here. A row requires children, but here we need to have main axis alignment. It has to be space between. So let's deal with our children. So our first child is going to be a circular avatar. Okay, a circular avatar. So this circular avatar is going to be inside of another row. So we're going to have another row widget, and we're going to have children. So here we're going to have the circular avatar, but we want to create it as a separate widget. Probably we might use it in the near future. So let's just go ahead and create a stateless class here. That's the name. Okay, without an R, because it might conflict with the icon the system provides. So here we're going to have clip rect. Inside we're going to have border radius. As for border radius, we're going to have border radius dot all, and here it's supposed to be radius dot, not radius, radius dot circular, and we have to give it a size of 99 because we want to make whatever we are putting there circular. Okay, so outside of the border radius, we're going to require a child, and our child is going to be a cache network image. So we need to provide a URL, image URL. So we're going to give it that name, but this we need to provide it right here on top. Okay, so we're going to have a final string image URL. Let's just call it image like that, and we need to add it to our formal parameters. So down here it's just an image, so we're done with that part. And our cached image comes with width, and the width we're going to provide it as just W. We need to create that double right on top. Our height, we're going to go ahead and give it a property h. We need to provide it also, so we need to have some other fields. So as for our width and height, they're all doubles. So here we're going to have a double with the name W. Control C, Control V, and then we need to have h. We need to add them to our formal parameters. After adding to our formal parameters, we don't have an error anymore, but we still need something like fit. Okay, so fit text box fit, supposed to be box fit here. Box fit dot cover, that's what we're going to use. Okay, so if we don't have the image as yet, okay, we're going to put a placeholder. Okay, let's just take those ones as they are. Let's add consts here dot adaptive. Okay, so that's going to be our widget. So this is the widget that we want to use in here first. Okay, so those are the properties that we need. So our data is coming from profile dot profile. Okay, width, we have to give it a little bit of width and a little bit of height. So let's give it 60 by 60 by 60. Now let's see how it looks. Okay, so if it is loading, then we'll have a circular progress indicator. So that's all for the image. So we need two widgets, not two, but we need we're in a row. So here we need to have a column where we are going to write our text. Okay, but we need to have a width spacer first. Okay, so let's just have a width spacer. If anything goes wrong, then we can go ahead and change it a little bit later. Width spacer, and then down below we're going to have a column. Our column text children. Okay, let's make the image a little bit smaller, 50 by 50. Let's see how it looks. Okay, and that will do. This image is way up to, okay, let's try to add a little bit of padding here. We're going to have a padding. Not really, it shouldn't be. Okay, let's try this padding. If it doesn't work, then we're going to go ahead and just put it down. Okay, that is correct. So here we need W. So 20 is a little bit too much. We can go with 12. That is okay. Add consts. In our children here, in our column, we're going to require a reusable text widget. So first, we require a text, and the text is going to be the, let's put the, we have the email and the username. We already displayed the username on top. So right here, let's just display the email. Okay, so it's supposed to be profile.email, and we add a little bit of style to it. So for our style, we're going to use app style. So we need to add a little bit of size. So for our size, we have to make it a little bit bigger. We're going to go with 18, and the color has to be a darker color. So it's supposed to be color kdark. For font weight, it has to be a little bit larger. So we're going to go with FW. Let's go with 600 for starters. Okay, so we're going to have cross-axis alignment. Okay, so let's try main. Main, and we put the text in the center. That's it. So we can reduce this size 0.07. Yeah, make it a little bit smaller. That's okay. And a little bit 20. That's okay. It's still okay. That is okay here because it's in a column. We can put it in the center. So if we remove this column, let's say we remove this column, still our text is in the center. So that's for the better. Let's visit our profile again. Okay, but the font weight is a little bit too large. Okay, so let's go with 500 or 400. 400 will do. 14, and the color has to be gray like that. Okay, so let's copy this text, paste it here, and here we want to have our username. So we should have cross-axis alignment here. It has to be start. Okay, so everything is starting from the beginning. So our name, we can increase the size a little bit. So we just leave them at 14. And on the other end, outside of this, we're going to require an icon. Okay, so here our icon is going to be coming from feather.edit. Okay, so let's just write edit here and import these ones because they're giving us a little bit of, oh man, a little bit of trouble to import. So it's outside of this row. Let's add a comma. Okay, if you press, then we are taken to a page whereby we can edit. So what we can do here, we can wrap it around a gesture detect. Supposed to be gesture detector. Okay, on tap, and then we're going to pass an empty function for now. So if you want to go ahead and edit, then that's okay. But as things are set up right now, the only thing that you can edit is what? The username. So we are done with this upper part. We're done with the upper part. So what we can do, we can close this container. It was a long container, but we're done with it. Close the container, and we need a little bit of height here. So we're going to call our height spacer, and we're going to add a height of 20. Okay, after that height, we need to have a stack. Okay, let's see. Let's copy this reusable text, close the container, paste this here, and here we want to have a heading. Okay, agent info, supposed to be a string. So here it's supposed to be dark and 600. Okay, so here what we need to do, we need to use our profile. Okay, the data from our profile, because we have a boolean, is agent. Okay, so we're going to access our profile. After accessing our profile, we need to have this is agent. Okay, if this is true, then we're going to display this. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and display a sizebox.shrink like that. So now we are not in an agent account, so that's why. So what we can do to design the page, that's what we can do. Okay, so it's either we can show this agent information. Let's put it in a list view column first, and we have a list view here. Okay, we can't have two list views inside of a list view, so let's just leave it like that. But what we want to do is to have a button to apply. Okay, so let's say the person is not an agent, so we should leave room for them to apply like that. And here we can say apply to become an agent like that. So let's change this to the original form. So that's what we need to have. So let's close. Okay, let's remove the functionality in here. We might log out. Okay, we're going to have another height spacer down here. The this user is an agent, we need to go ahead and have a button for them to upload a job. So we are going to go ahead, copy this button again. Okay, we can just copy this from here, paste it here. A lot of conditions in this page. Okay, so we already have on top, upload a job, upload job. So here we're uploading a job. Now let's see what else. So for this, we need to have this condition as well. Okay, so what we can do, since we have this column here, if it is agent, we're going to show this. Okay, let's just call it agent section like this. Try to activate it and have the main axis alignment dot start should be cross. Okay, so if it is in our agent section, we're going to carry this. Okay, just add a little bit of height. Doesn't have to be 20, but 10. And we can have another one to update that information. So that's only if a person is an agent. Okay, else we're going to just show this part, upload or add. Okay, let's say add jobs here, makes more sense. Okay, so that's all for this part. This is what our profile looks like. Made a little bit of a change of the putting that PDF widget, but it's not that effective because we're not uploading any PDF. So the design is pretty simple. So here we just have a stack. Let's see, let's open the profile page and let's open the widget. Okay, so here's the widget. Let's close this, bring this to the side. So we have a stack. Let's see, yes, that's the one. Stack with the container as the parent widget, and inside of that container we're going to have a child, which is a row, and inside that row we're going to have a container. This container is going to encapsulate this icon that we have here. So we're going to design the container here, put the icon. After putting the icon, we need a little bit of space between this and the text that we're going to have here. So this text is encapsulated in a column. So we have this column, and this is the message that you are seeing down here. And we need to add a little bit of space right here to create the space. Okay, that's all we need to do. And our position widget is for this edit button right on top, which is this one. Okay, so it's just a text inside with a gesture detector, wrapped around a gesture detector. So if we open, take a look at it, edit button, it's stateless widget, it's returning a gesture detector. Inside of that gesture detector, we have a child, which is a container with a decoration. In our decoration, we have to put the color and then add a little bit of radius. So our radius, we're going to take a look at the top right and bottom left, and then we're going to have a text. That's all that we need to do to have this widget. So the next thing that we want to work on is to add skills. So to add skills, we're going to create a new widget here, and we're going to call it skills. Okay, and it has to be a dot file like that. Okay, so in here we need to go ahead and create a stateful widget, and we're going to call it skills widget. Let's import material. After importing material, our error will be gone. So for this widget, we're going to require a text editing controller. So here, right on top, we're going to have the text editing controller. Okay, let's give it a name underscore skills is equals to text editing controller, like that. So let's make this a final, not a private. Okay, like that. So that's the first thing. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and get skills. Okay, so we haven't worked on the functions to get skills yet, so it's something that we'll do in this section. But here right on top, we're going to have init state. Let's get rid of the to do. Let's leave it like that. Right at the bottom, we want to create a function to get skills. Okay, so we're going to get our skills in here. So at the same time, we need to go ahead and create a function to get our skills. Okay, so let's do that, get that out of the way, and then we can go ahead and focus on some other stuff. Okay, so we need to go to our auth controller, not our auth controller per se, but auth helper. In our auth helper, we're going to copy one of these. Let's copy this profile, get profile. Let's paste it below. We're going to call it get skills, like that. So this part is going to remain the same, and this part is also going to remain the same. And for our URL, we have to change to config dot. Let's see whether we do have one for skills. Nope. So let's visit our config. So we don't have an endpoint for skills. So what we can do, we can add one endpoint. Let's just copy that one, paste that one. Let's call it skills URL, like that. So these ones are coming through our users. Okay, so we're going to have users and we're going to have skills here. So let's save. So here it will be easy. It will be like just dot skills URL. Okay, so we're done with the URL part, and our next part is get. Here we're supposed to use a get method, so that part is okay. So in our response, we need to start changing here and change the return value for this function. Okay, so here we're going to skills from JSON, and then we put our response body. So this is going to be our return type, list skills. Okay, so we're going to copy the return type, and we're going to change this return type that we have here, and we need to import this model. It's supposed to be future. Let's close it right there. Okay, so we don't have our error. We don't have an error as yet. So here, okay, let's change this to skills so that we can have a little bit of understandable code. Skills here, and let's save skills with double L. Okay, so now we have our function to get skills. What we can do, we can go back to this function, to this widget. So in here, we want to make some adjustments. Okay, so this is supposed to return a future list skills. Okay, and we need to import skills. So here we do have an error because we need a return value here. Okay, so we're just going to have return for now. Let's close it like that, and we need to call our function here. First, we need to create a variable with the name skills. That means we might need to change this user skill. Okay, so that we won't have a conflict in names. So skills is equals to auth helper dot get skills. We close. So we're going to get our skills from this function, and then we're going to store them here. After storing them, we're going to go ahead and return them. Okay, so right at the top, we need to have a value. It's either we can do it here. Okay, let's just use the longer way. I don't want to cause any confusion. Is equals to, okay, user skills. Close that. So here we're going to call this function, and we're going to store whatever we get from that function inside of this variable. Okay, so we come to our init state, say get skills, close, like that. Okay, so we're done with that part. Now we're getting our skills right on top here. The next thing that we need to do, we need to work on our body, on our return. So we're going to require two things. We're going to require a zoom notifier right here on top. So we're going to have zoom notifier is equals to provider of zoom notifier. Let's import, and here is supposed to be zoom notifier, and we need to create one more provider, okay, with the name skills notifier. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So we need to go to our controllers. Instead of our controllers, we don't have it, so we need to add a new file, and we're going to call it skills provider, and it has to be a .dat file. So inside we need to create the class skills notifier, and it extends change notifier, like that. Okay, so we need to go ahead and hook this skills notifier to our main.dart. So let's go ahead outside of, inside of our lib, right outside, not in any folder, we have the main.dart. We're going to open the main.dart, and we're going to, let's save this file before we proceed, and save that one too. So back to our main.dart, we need to copy paste any of the notifiers that we have, and we need to have our SKUs notifier here and save. So we've hooked our notifier. Now we can work inside of this page and this page. So let's close our auth helper for now. Config, let's close it. This one, let's close the profile. We might need it open. Okay, we are going to need these 3 pages. These are the 3 pages that we're working right now. Let's go ahead and work on our return widget. So first we want to have a column. Instead of our column, we're going to have cross-axis alignment. So here we're going to use cross-axis alignment dot start, and as always, our column takes children. Our first child is going to be a padding widget. Okay, so once we have our padding, then we have to put the padding. Okay, so we're going to have padding.all, and we have to give it a value. We're going to give it a value of 4. Okay, so here we need to import screen utils. After importing screen utils, we want to give our padding a child. And down here, we're going to return a row. Our row is going to have a main axis alignment. And our main axis alignment is going to be a space between. And as for our row, it takes children. So our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. For text widget, we're going to go ahead and add. We want to add a title to this widget. Okay, so here our title is going to be SKUs, and we have to give it an app style, a style, and our style is going to be assigned to our app style. So we need to have the size. So we're going to give it a size of 15. Probably it has to be the same as this size that we have for agent section, but we'll see in a little bit. And we can just visit the page so that we can check the size. Okay, so it's 14. So that's the same size that we want to give here, 14. And for the color, it's going to be black. So we are going to use kdark.value. For the font weight, it has to be the same as well, W600, like that. So we are done with that part. Our next part is we want to have a gesture detector. Since we are in a row, this is a row, right? This is a row. So we want to have our title here, and we want to have an icon. So let's add let's remove this first, add a comma. So we want to go to our next widget. Our next widget is going to be a gesture detector. But this gesture detector, we're going to wrap it around a consumer widget. So our consumer is going to consume SKUs notifier. And here we have to put our SKUs notifier, and we have to return a gesture detector here. So our gesture detector is going to take on tap. On tap, we're going to do something, and our gesture detector takes in a child, not a change notifier, a child. So for a child, we're going to have an icon. So this is going to be the material icon, material community icon. So we need to import Flutter vector icons. So here we need to change the title of our icon from this dot horizontal to something different. So we're going to go with a plus circle outline. Okay, the color by default is going to be black. So what we can do here, we have to go ahead and add the size. Okay, size, we're going to give it a size of 20 for now. If we have any need for a change, then we're going to do that. So in order for us to have a successful implementation of this part, what we're going to do, okay, let's copy this, paste our height space in our profile page. So in between of these height spaces, we're going to have our SKUs, okay, SKUs widget. And let's close it. Hopefully we won't run into an error. We're going to run into an error because we didn't restart our application when we implemented when we added the provider. Okay, so if you add a provider, then you have to restart your application. Okay, so That's what we've designed so far, but this size looks a little bit smaller. It looks like it looks a little bit smaller as compared to, okay, let's put it to 15, and the size here we're going to go with 24. Okay, like that. So since here we have a gesture detector, we need to be triggering what to display down here. Okay, so let's take, for example, if we don't have any SKUs inside of our backend. Okay, let's say the list is returns a length of 0. Then we're going to display a text editing no, not a text field, so that a user can add. But once they do have something related attached to their account, a SKU attached to their account, then we're going to display that SKU, and we're going to trigger the text field with that add button. So if you click on the add button, then you get the text field so that you can add, and then you can add SKUs, and then you can just render the SKUs after you added them. Okay, so right now let's continue. So now we're going to have this icon. So let's add cons here to get rid of the error. That's the first thing. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and work on our controller here. So we have to open this SKUs notifier. So we're going to have book with the name add SKUs. Initially it's going to be false, like that. So we need to have a getter. Okay, so we're going to have book get add SKUs. Okay, so that's correct. And down below we're going to have a setter. So we're going to have setter, let's call it set SKUs. So it's going to take in a boolean of name new state, and it's going to return something here. Then down here add SKUs is equals to new state, and let's close. And down below we want to notify our UI. Okay, the widget which is consuming this change, this notifier, that there's a change, and then it can rebuild. So that's what we need to do. So down below we're going to have another one of type string. So I'm going to press Command D and change the type to string here. We want to have an ID. What we can do here, we can just select this part. Okay, and right after we can add ID, and here it's supposed to be set SKUs ID. So initially it's going to be an empty string. So we are done with this part. Right now we can focus on this. So the next thing that we need to do, if we click on this gesture detector, we're going to have our SKUs notifier, and then we're going to change the state of this add SKUs to, no, it's supposed to be set SKUs is equals to SKUs notifier dot. Yeah, okay. So here we want to go ahead and just have a print statement. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and print something here. We're going to print this value. We want to check for the changes. So let's open our terminal, debug console. So it's false. And if we click, now it's true. False, true, false, true. Okay. I want to try something here. Okay. So here, let's bring back the print statement. Okay, the difference is the same. So let's bring it back to the way it was. You have to experiment sometimes, you know. Okay, let's save. Okay, so we're done with this part. So here we want to change this icon whenever this boolean change. Okay, so what we can do here on our return, okay, on this return we have to access our SKUs notifier, and we're going to get this add SKUs, and if it is equals to, if it is not true, then we're going to display this. But if it is true, then we're going to display something else. So here we need to have something else, right? Let's close it here. So we need to change the icon here. So down here we're going to have design dot close circle, like that. Okay, so let's say we trigger this, then it's going to turn into this. Okay, we close. So if we have here, like if we want to add, then we're going to trigger, we're going to click, and then our text form field will show. We add, we upload, and then we close the text form field, and then we will display the SKUs that we have down here. Okay, that's the logic that we're trying to put forward. But let's decrease the size a little bit. Let's make it 22, 20. Okay, 20 will do. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to go ahead and focus on our text field, and then we can have, like, so for our text field, we have to work on our text field at the same time we're working on getting our skills and displaying the skills that we're getting from our backend, because these two, they have to alternate. Like if we click this button, like for now, if we have skills, they'll be displayed here, but if we click this button, we're going to go ahead and show a text field here. Okay, so we have to work on the two simultaneously, because they are going to be displayed at the same time. We just need to have a trigger to show one. Go ahead and close this padding widget. So that's our first widget in our column. So before we close, let's make sure that we add a comma right at the end and create a little bit of space. Let's close it. After closing it, we need to work on our next widget. So our next widget is going to be a text field. Okay, so we need to work on our text field, and then we can work on on how we can display our skills here. Okay, so first let's just add the text field, and then we can add the logic later. Okay, so we need to go ahead and create a new widget inside of our widgets. Okay, so we're going to call it add skills, and it has to be a dot file like that. So we're going to make this widget a stateless widget, stateful. We're going to require some controllers in there. So here it's supposed to be add skills, so that's going to be the name. Let's import material. After importing material, now we need to go ahead and work inside of our widget, but right at the top we're going to require some fields. Okay, let's see whether if we make it a stateless widget, what will happen. Okay, so right at the top we're going to require a final text editing controller. Hopefully I'm writing it right. Okay, with the name skill. Okay, that would do. Edit for more parameters, so that would work. So we're going to just make it a stateless widget. So here we're going to require onTap function, final void here function. So it's a nullable function, and we have to give it a name. So we're going to call it onTap, not tap, but onTap. Oh man, onTap, and let's close it. And we have to edit to for more parameters like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on our widget itself. So our widget, we're going to wrap it around a size box. In this size box, we have to give it a width, not a width, but a height. We're going to give it a height of, let's give it a height of 55. After the height, we're going to go ahead and have a text field. So we're going to put a child in our text field. We already have it. We're going to have this widget. Do we have it? Build text field. Let's see whether we have the widget or not. Okay. Here we have to import this build text field. If we don't have the widget, then probably it's going to be provided. So in this widget, we're going to provide the controller. So the controller is going to be skill, if I'm not mistaken. That's it. And our hint text, we're going to say add new skills. It's supposed to be skill, not skills. Okay. So once we have that, we're going to go ahead and put, because these two are required, but we have some properties that we need to take care of. So in here, we're going to require a suffix icon. So for a suffix icon, we're going to have a gesture detector. Inside of our gesture detector, we're going to require onTap. Our onTap is going to be mapped to onTap that we have on top, and we're going to require a child. And our child is going to be an icon. And this, okay, icons, this icon is going to come from, we are going to use entrypoint.upload to cloud. Okay, so these ones, we need to import them manually, upload to cloud, and we need to add size and color. So the size is going to be a little bit bigger as compared to others. It's going to be 30. And for the color, we're going to go ahead and make it blue. So we're going to use not color swash, but this color. And here it's supposed to be K blue. Let's go with K new blue. Okay. And let's save. Right at the bottom, we're going to have on submit. Right on submit is just validation. On submit. So to validate this field, we're going to check if this P0 is empty. If it is empty, then we're going to do something in here. We're going to pass a message like, please enter skill name. Else we're just going to return, okay, like that, to return now. So let's save. So that's all that we need to do here in our add skill widget. So we need to hook this add skill widget to our skills, okay. So we need to go ahead and open our skills, okay, skills. So this controller is supposed to come from this end. So that's why we do have this controller here. So we're just going to copy the name and we're going to paste it here. Okay, so now we have our text field. So let's try to increase the size a little bit. It's either we can increase the size or we can add, we have to add a height spacer here. Is it the correct spelling? Okay, let's give it a size of 5. Add a comma here. Okay, bring it down a little bit and wrap it around a padding. So here we can change this to a container so that we can have padding here. Change the size to 58, 60, 62 would do, because we want this text to be right in the center. Okay, so that would do us justice. So if we click on this, this widget should hide. Okay, we should hide the widget. So just to have a little bit of demonstration before we proceed, what we are going to do here, we're going to go ahead and access our skills notifier. Okay, are we inside or outside? Okay, skills notifier. So we don't have a skills notifier here because we wrapped this widget inside of our consumer. Okay, so what we can do here, let's just declare it right on top, because we don't know when we are going to use it. If we just wrap one widget with it, then we might need to use it multiple times. Okay, so we're going to have skills notifier, and here it has to come from our skills notifier, like that, is equals to true, else we're just going to display a container. So let's go with it like this for the first time. It's not equal to, okay, so if it is true, this is supposed to be true. Okay, so if we close, then we do have nothing here. So that's where we're supposed to put the skills that we want to add. But if we click on the add button, we should show the text field so that we can add the skills. Okay, so for now we are done with this one. We can close and we want to work on this part. Okay, one other thing before we proceed, we need to handle our tab here. Okay, so if we hover over, we have on tab. So let's bring this down, add a comma, press enter. So on tab, we should do something. So this part, we'll handle it a little bit later. But first, we need to deal with this. At the bottom, where we have this container, we want to have a future builder. Okay, but we are going to wrap our future builder in a size box. So first, we're going to have a size box and we have to give it a height. So here, we're going to give it a height, and our height is going to be the height that we have in our constants times 0.04. Probably it should be the same height as this. Let's see, that's like 6'2". Okay, so let's copy this height, paste it here. Okay, so that's going to be our height. If there's any change that we need to make, then we'll come back and visit. So here we're going to have a child, and our child, we're going to return a future builder. So we already have a future builder in our profile. So what we're going to do here, let's go ahead and close this. We're going to revisit it if you need it. Close this again. We do have a future builder somewhere. So I'm going to copy this here. From here, I'll keep the builder. I'll leave the builder. Okay. So inside here, we're going to have our future builder. Supposed to be future builder. So our future builder takes a future in the builder. Okay, so our future, we're going to deal with it a little bit later. So here, let's deal with our builder. So in our builder, we're going to require context and snapshot, and we need to return something here. So in our return, that's where we are going to paste whatever we copy from the other page. So here we have to remove the page loader because of the size of our container, of our size box. So here we're going to just have a center widget. Inside of our center widget, we're going to put a child, and our child is going to be a circular progress indicator, adaptive. Okay, and we're going to add const here, right outside before the center. Okay, so our error is gone. Okay, future. So we need to go ahead and close. Okay, we shouldn't add another one. We do have an error here because we don't have a return for this one. Okay, so when we're returning a list view builder. It's supposed to be list view dot builder. So we're going to require item count in our builder, item builder. So here at the top, we're going to require item count. In here, we're going to require our context and our index, like that. And we need to return something as well, like that. So let's just return an empty container for now. Okay, and let's close it. Let's close this over here again. So we need to deal with our item count and our builder. Okay, so here before we return, we're going to create a variable. And for future, we're going to require a list. Okay, this is the list that we have here, not this one, but user skills. Okay, that's going to be our future. So here we need to create a variable with the name skills is equals to user skills, not user skills. It's supposed to be snapshot dot data. So our item count is going to be skills dot length. We need to add a now checker after skills. Okay, so let's see. We need to do something here. Okay, we'll try to set the logic a little bit later. So let's go ahead and just, okay, we're setting a boolean. We're setting a boolean, skills boolean from in our profile. Okay, so if we do have skills, then here we're going to set the logic. Okay, the logic is going to change whatever we are going to have here. Okay, so if we have skills in our backend, then this is going to show up like this with skills here. If we don't have, then here we're going to have a logic for our title. Our title is going to be add skills, and we're going to have this button. Okay, so when we click, then we get this. When we close, then we have the other widget. So right below, we do have a container, and in this container, we need to have a padding. Let's bring this padding down so that everything can be visible. So our padding is going to be agencies.symmetric. We want to manipulate both horizontal and, okay. If you manipulate both horizontal and vertical with the same size, it's the same as .o. So we have to give it a 5 like that. So that's going to be our padding, and we're going to give it a margin. So for margin, we can copy this padding, paste it here, and then we can have margin. Supposed to be margin here. Let's add a comma over here. So for margin, we're going to give it a margin of 4 here. And we want to give our container a decoration text box decoration. Let's add a comma here as well. In our box decoration, the first thing that we're going to require is border radius. So we're going to have border radius, and we're going to give it a border radius of .o and radius.circular, and we're going to give it a radius of 15. So still inside, we are going to give it a color. So the color has to be a little bit different. We're going to give it a light gray color. So here we're going to have, supposed to be color here, a light gray dot value. Okay, so we have two lines. So that means we have 2 skills in our backend. So what we can do here, we need to change the scroll direction of our lists. So we need to include the property scroll direction. So our scroll direction is going to be axis.vertical. Is it vertical or horizontal? It's supposed to be horizontal. Let's see. So right inside, we're going to have a row widget. Okay, so that's our container here, and we need to add a child, and our child is going to be a row, our row text children. And as for our row, we're going to take in two widgets. The first one is going to be a reusable text widget. So here we require text, and our text is going to be, okay, before we write the text here, let's just go ahead and style our text. So here we're going to require app style, and let's give it a size, and we're going to give it a size of 10, and we're going to give it a color of black, dark dot value, and we have to give it a font weight. For font weight, let's go with 500, like that. So here we need to get one skill. Okay, var skill is equals to skill.index. Okay, so that's the text that we want to use here, dot skill. Okay, so we have our skills here. We need to do a little bit more. So this size is a little bit larger than expected. Let's try to give it a 23. Oh, that's too small. 33. Yeah, okay. 33 would do. Now to continue, we need to go ahead and wrap this container in a gesture detector. So that's the first thing. So here we're going to wrap it in a widget, and our widget is going to be a gesture detector. So inside of our gesture detector, we're going to have on long press. So if we long press this widget, we're going to go ahead and use our provider. So that's supposed to be skill notifier, but it's not going to be this one. We want to set this string. Okay, we want to set this string. So here it's supposed to be set ID. Okay, okay, is equals to, then here we're going to take our skill, and we're going to take the ID. So what we can do to just confirm what we did, we're going to just print, and we print skills notifier, not get skills ID, but here it's supposed to be add skills ID. It's supposed to be get, not add. Okay, so if we look at our console, we don't have anything as yet, but if we long press here, then we're going to have the ID. So that's exactly what we need. So we're going to use this ID here to display an icon, whether to delete that particular skill or not. So let's get rid of that. So right after our text inside of this row, the row with this text that we're displaying this skill, we need to go ahead and add a width spacer. Okay, so let's just bring this here and make our workspace a little bit bigger. So we're going to have a width spacer here, and we have to give it a width of 5. After giving it a width of 5, right at the bottom, we're going to have a gesture detector. So this gesture detector is going to take on tap. So right now we are going to pass it as an empty function. After that, we want a child. So our child is going to be an icon. So the code that we are being given here is kind of correct. So let's just save it. So here we're going to have an icon from InDesign, and it's going to be close all, but the size here, it has to be a little bit smaller. We have to give it a size of 14. So that's the icon that we have here. And let's go ahead and add const over here. After adding consts, let's just add a little bit of space so that we can see which icon is which one. We're done with this text, so we can close it, and we can close the app style as well. So here, this is what we have, but we want to set a condition here using the ID that we just added here. Okay, so we want to use the getter of this value because this is a setter. Okay, so here we're going to have our add skill ID. That's the value that we're going to use. So here, if this value is equals to skill.id, then we are going to go ahead and display this. Otherwise, we are going to just go ahead and display a sizebox.string like that. Okay, so we need to add const right here and save. Okay, so this is the one that we selected. Okay, this is the one that we selected. So we might have an option. We need to be able to cancel this, okay, somehow, because now if this is open, we can't close it. We can't remove it. So right at the top here, okay, we have our long press. So we can have on long press cancel. Let's try to play around with the properties. So here on long press cancel, I can point at that previously triggered long press down, not causing a long press. Okay, I'm going to use on double tap. Okay, on double tap, I'm going to set this to an empty string like that. So if I double tap here, then it's going to go. If I long press, it's going to show up. If I double tap, it's going to go. So that logic would work. Or we can just, let's see, we can just use on tap to make it easier because people wouldn't know. Okay, but the problem, okay, we'll run a test. We'll run a test here. Okay, so to run a test, we're just going to print something here. Okay, and we're going to print a skill. That's okay. Let's close it. So we have to open our terminal a little bit. Okay, okay, that would work. So that's all right. That's all right. So what I was trying to do is like, since we wrapped this whole item, this whole widget in a gesture detector, it might affect the functionality of this other gesture detector. So like here, if I long press, right, and try to press here, this is all wrapped in a gesture detector. So I wasn't sure whether it's going to work or not. So I had to test. So if I press here, then I'm going to get this cue. That means it's working. So if I press here and it's going to go away, the close button is going to go away. So we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. So the next thing that we need to deal with is to delete our skills and to add our skills. So we haven't implemented add because these ones we added them through our REST API through Postman. Okay, so we need to do it in the application. So that's our next stop. Once we are done with this, then we can focus on adding job and updating the information related to a particular agent. And then we can move on to our chart. Let's go ahead and change this icon to delete. Okay, to delete, because it's to delete something. So we change the icon. So next, let's move on to to create the function to actually delete. And okay, let's just go ahead and do that. So we need to visit our auth helper. So we need to go to services, in services, helpers, auth. Let's get this down a little. So here we're getting our skills. So let's just copy this and then we can make a copy right below it. So here it's supposed to be delete a skill. Okay, so when we're deleting a skill, then we're going to get a return value of boolean. Okay, so here it's supposed to be bool. Here we're getting our token, and when we're deleting, we're going to code this endpoint, and we need an ID. Okay, so here we're going to require a string with the name ID. So that's the first. Let's remove that, and we're going to return true here. Else we're going to return false. If there's an error, we're going to return false as well. So let's format the code. So here we need to change the method to delete. After changing the method, we're going to go ahead and concatenate this URL. Okay, that's wrong. Let's leave it like that, and then just select everything that we need to select here. One thing that we need to check is to check these skills, this string, whether it contains a slash. It doesn't. So if it doesn't contain a slash, right after we're going to put a slash and we're going to put the ID. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our URL. So this function is ready. So delete skill. Okay, before we try to implement the next thing that we want to do, we want to have one to add a skill. Okay, so we want to do it below. So it's supposed to be add. When adding, we're going to return a boolean. It's true or false. And right inside, we're going to go ahead and we're going to require a string. It's also a string model. Okay, like that. So this model is the model that we're going to pass in our, okay, we're going to pass this in our body. So we have our headers, but we require a body here. Our body is supposed to be model. Let's see. Okay, so here it's supposed to be posts, then the error will go away. Okay, that's correct. So just to take a look inside of our response here, it's supposed to be client.post URL, and then we specify our headers, and then we require a body, and this body is going to be the model that we are passing from here. Okay, so for our return type, we're going to return true if our status is equals to 200, and if we have anything that's not 200, we're going to just return false. And if we catch an error, we're going to also return false. So let's save that. We don't have an error, so the URL is going to remain the same. We don't need to change anything over there. So we're done with this part. So these are the two functions that we need to have: to delete and to add. Getting skills, we already have that one. So what we can do now is to go ahead and try to implement. So we are going to delete first. So in here, we're going to call our auth helper, and we need delete skill. So we need an ID. So the ID that we're using is going to be this ID that we have in here. Okay, because this ID is the same as the ID of this thing. Or we can use this ID. Either way, you can choose the one that you want to use. But the tricky part is to load. Once we delete, we have to go ahead and set this to an empty string as well. Set it to an empty string, and we need to reload. We need to reload our skills. So let's see which way is the best way to reload. So we have our function right on top. Let's see whether we do or not. Okay, so let's try to run this after we delete and see what will happen. So let's try to just reload the application, come back. Okay, that works as a charm. I wasn't sure whether reloading was going to work, but now we are certain that we can reload after adding something. Okay, so that's the way that we're going to do it. Now we need to go ahead and implement this part. We need to add functionality to this button. Okay, so if we go up, let's see. Okay, let's close this. It's giving us a little bit of trouble. We are done with this part. Okay, so we want to focus on this part. So on tap, this on tap is on this suffix icon. Okay, so if we take a look at inside this widget, so we are returning this build text field. Okay, so if we visit this build text field, then we have our text form field here, and inside of our text field, we do have a suffix icon here. So this suffix icon is declared here. Okay, we're passing a gesture detector. Okay, this gesture detector is written inside of it. We do have an icon, and the icon that we have is this icon. So for the gesture detector, we're calling this on tap function. Okay, that's the same on tap function that we have here. Okay, so if we have our text here, then we're going to submit it here. Okay, so here what we need to do, we need to go ahead and call auth helper. It's supposed to be auth helper dot add skill. Okay, so we need the model. So our model is going to be, let's see whether we do have a model for skills or not. Requests applied bookmark. Okay, we don't have one for skills, so let's create a new file. It's going to be, it's a request. So skills, add skills, add dart. It's supposed to be a dart file here. Okay, so if we visit our Postman, go to skills. Is it skills? User, add skill, body. We're just going to take this small body that we have here. And here we need to go to quick type, paste it here, and we're going to give it a name, add skill. Okay, so don't mind this. This is for Golang. So we need to choose Dart. Okay, so that's our Dart model to add skills. Okay, so we need to copy the model go back to our application, paste the code. So here, our focus is on this, not this. Okay, we can just save it like that. So since it's just a few lines of code, so right here, we're going to have, we want to create the model first. Okay, so here, you are going to have add skill. Model is equals to add skill. Okay, so we are going to require a skill here. So this skill is going to be this user skill.text, like that, and we have to close it here. After we have our model here, now we can convert. Okay, so here let's call it a raw model. Not a raw model, but a raw model. So down here we're going to have a variable with the name model. We're trying to avoid to change this name. Okay, is equals to add skill from JSON. Is it not from, but to add skill to JSON? So here we're going to pass our raw model, process it, and then have our string here. So if you have over, this is now a string model. Okay, string with the name model, and it's the one that we're passing here. And if we have over here, our function is requires a string variable here. So let's close this. So that's all that we need to do here. After doing that, we need to go ahead get skills. We can just say not far, but it's supposed to be user skills is equals to get skills. We want to reload and then clear this text. We also need to do one thing, because if we upload here, we're supposed to be taken back to this part. Okay, so we're going to set the boolean for this thingy to false of this icon. Okay, I should stop calling it a thing. So here we're going to set skill is equals to add skill, like that. So let's just try to write something here. We're going to go with Swift. Okay, seems like we didn't get anything. So let's try to, okay. So probably we need to do a little bit more. Okay, let's try to add this right at the bottom. Let's delete. It worked the first time. I don't know what's happening. Okay, let's see. Just add anything random. Okay, that worked. Second time is a problem. Okay, so it's working fine. So we are done with this section. We are done with this section. So if you want to go ahead and have an edit function, you can go ahead and do that, because like the basic logic behind editing is just taking the current text, send it to the text editing controller as the initial text, and then you send back, you just make a an API call to update. So we're done with this section. Let's just add something here like React Native. We're back again. Okay, we are good. So next we're going to focus on these ones to add a job and to update the information related to a particular user, to a particular agent, this agent in question. Okay, but here we haven't set the logic for our agent. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and make this user an agent first. So right now we need to go ahead and change the style of our page a little bit, because the style is not that impressive. So let's go ahead and do something. So right here we need to wrap our body in a stack. So a stack returns children, text in children. So inside of children, we're going to wrap our future builder inside of a positioned widget, and we're going to give this positioned widget these values. And our positioned widget, we're going to, inside of our positioned widget, we're going to take in a child, and the child is going to wrap this future builder. So these are the changes that I've made so far. 1, 2, 3. And here we need to have decoration. Okay, after decoration, we're going to have box decoration. Inside of our box decoration, we're going to have radius. Okay, so it's going to be radius border radius dot only, we're going to manipulate top left and top right. Okay. After that, we need to give our container a color. Okay. So here we're going to go with colors from our constants. Let's give this a light color and let's save. Okay, so that's the color of our container. So we need to do one more thing, which is to, okay, let's add const here, like that, to get rid of the error. Let's close this because we want our code to be a little bit visible. Okay, let's format the code like that so everything is visible. So here, let's try to have the same color. We have this color that we put as our airbar color. That's why our airbar color is now blue. Okay, so if we copy the same color and put it as a scaffold background color like that, so this is what we are going to get. Okay, so what we need to do here now, we need to go ahead and just slide this at the bottom. Okay, let's give it like 150, something like 150. Okay, so it will be like that if we give 150. So the goal of doing this, we want to have another widget right on top. Okay, right on top of this widget that we have here. So we left like space here, so that's okay. So this one we can make it a little bit. Let's make it to 100 or 90 would do. Okay, let's try 90. Change this to .h. Okay, so we want to close this container, but before we close, let's go down. Okay, so it's not the container, but it's the positioned widget. This positioned widget, let's go ahead and close it. So right at the bottom, we're going to have another positioned widget. So inside of this positioned widget, we're going to require a child. Our child is going to be a container, but we need to have the same properties that we have on top. Right, we're going to assign 0, then left is going to be the same, 0. The bottom, okay, the bottom we're going to assign 0 as well, and right at the bottom we're going to have top. Okay, and our top is going to be 0. So in here, let's go ahead and have a container. In our container, we're going to have the same properties that we have in the other positioned widget, in the other container, this container, but we need to change the color. Okay, so let's go ahead, copy this container, the decoration, not the container. The container, we're going to leave it like that, and we're going to paste. Okay, so this container is now on top. What we need to do, we need to go ahead, try to put it behind the other container. Okay, so let's cut it and let's move it to the top. Okay, so we just need to change this color to, let's say, orange for a start. We just want to see how it looks. Okay, so it's going to be like that, but we need to go ahead. Let's go with trans blue. Trans blue, we won't see anything. Let's go with light blue. Light blue is a little bit odd. Is a little bit odd. But anyways, let's go ahead and try to have a dark blue here. We're just going to try the colors way too much. Okay, we might leave that as light blue. So we want to move this circular avatar right to the top, and the name and the email, and then this one will come up. So that's going to be the setup of our page. So let's come down here. But one thing that's going to stop us is going to be our image. Our image. Since it's a profile, we can get it from shared preference. Okay, we can just declare values on top. That's no problem. So let's see what's this container. It's not this container. We have 2 spaces here. Let's get rid of 1. We're looking for this container. Let's give it a space of 50 right at the top, and we're going to remove this container from here. So it looks like we have an error. Let's see. Okay, so we need to add a now checker somewhere here like that, and let's add const here. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and paste the container in here as a child, but we need to go ahead and make some changes. Okay, so we're going to have a child and we paste this. So we're going to have some errors because we don't have this data. Okay, we don't have the data. So this image, we can get it from our shared preference. So here, when we're getting the username, we can get the profile as well. So here we're going to have profile, and we're going to get profile from our shared preference. So this has to be profile. We copy the same line, we paste it here, and we need to do one more thing. Let's just copy any random image from here. So you can put an image, any random image. Okay, so I'm going to define another string with the name image is equals to the string that I just copied, and we need to close it here. So let's go to our errors. So here it's supposed to be profile. So here our username, we already have it right on top. So here we can just say username. For the email now, that's tricky. So let's just write it as email here. Let's put it like this for now so that we can see the changes. Okay, we don't have the image. Let's see. Let's put image for a start. Rerun, reset our application. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit. Okay, let's get rid of this container. So we can't see our arrays yet. Let's add a height. Let's give it a height of 80. Right at the top, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and add cross-axis alignment.start in our first row, and we do the same for our next row, and we're going to do the same for these two, for the column. Okay, for everything to show up right at the top. So here we do have our container, and our container got a size. What we need to do, we need to add a little bit of padding. So here we're going to have edge inserts dot all. Let's give it a padding of 8. Okay, so now it's right inside. Okay, so what we want to do here, let's have symmetric. On the horizontal part, we want to give it more. Horizontal, let's give it a 12. And vertical, let's go ahead and give it a 20, like that. So the only thing that's stopping us here, we can remove the name, but we need the email. We need the email. Let's see, column. Okay, let's have main axis alignment here, and let's put it to the center. Space between start center, not center. It should be start here. Okay, so that it can show up, but we need to push it down a little bit. So we need to push this gesture detector down a little bit. So we're going to repeat in a padding. So here we have to use only. And for the top part, what we need to do, we need to manipulate top only. And top, we have to give it 12.w. Okay, and we need to remove const. Okay, that'll do. 12 or 10. 10 is the right one. Okay, so now we do have our profile right on top, and here we can slide. Let's see. Okay, everything is still working the way it was working before. So I think this is a way more better design than the design that we had. But one thing that we can do, let's see, because this is profile, these are buttons. Let's see. So we can add a text right here. That's after this height spacer, we can just paste a text, and then we can call it user profile here, something like that. Okay, so we have our user profile, and we need to space it out a little bit. So height spacer here, we're going to give it a 10. Oh, not 210, but just 10, and we save. Okay, just profile will do, and we reduce this a little bit by, let's make it 30. Okay, that is way better. That is way better. The design is not that okay, but anyways, it's way more better than the way it was in the beginning. So let's see whether we can make a few changes before we move on. So this is our A bar. Yeah, okay. So here, let's see whether our BTN, okay, our BTN doesn't have anything. Okay, so if we have a drawer now, let's use a drawer to explore to that page. Okay, it's dark. Okay, so here we need to make it K-light like that. So here our title will change. So we have to change the color of the text that we are passing here from dark to K-light. Thinking of just get rid of that and remove this to the center. It will go to the center of the page. That's not okay unless, okay, we don't need, unless we put it in a container and we give that a container a height, and we're going to give it a height of 80, 40, okay, 50. Okay, that'll do. That would work. So that means we need to change this to sized box. So that's the design flow. At some point you have to just improvise. So we need to take care of this email, and we need to add color to this. It's supposed to be color highlight dot value, and we remove the constant. Okay, so we are almost done here. Let's format our code. We could wrap the whole thing in a future builder so that we can get our data right at the top, but that would be a lot of work to just change everything. Okay, let's see how we can manage to, oh, we do have profile, unless we do change this to something else, or we get rid of this profile. We just call it a profile pic. Now a lot of changes. So we need to change the variable that we are storing this profile. We have to go, okay, here we're displaying an image, not a profile. So now we have this data profile dot profile, else we're going to display an image. So this one is nullable. Okay. Okay. And here we have to display profile dot email, nullable, else we're going to display a text user email. Okay, so that's our email. So we can take it a little bit step further here. Let's see, we can wrap this in a container. After wrapping it in a container, we have to give it a decoration. So we can copy the decoration that we have on top, format. So our radius here is going to be .all, and we need to get rid of this. And let's get rid of this top. We need to add a bracket here, a comma, save. So the color is the same. So here our color, it has to be a transparent color. So what we can do here, we can say colors dot white. Let's go with white 30, like that. Format the coded letter, add consts, get rid of these consts, save, and we need to add a little bit of margin. .all. So here we have to give it a margin of 8 for starters. Okay, it won't be okay. So let's go with padding. Okay, padding would do, but 8 is too much. So let's go with 4, 2. Okay, we can give it a padding of 3. So email is going to be a little bit, because this email is like a dummy email. It's too small for it to be an email. So it's going to be a little bit larger. So the larger the email, the better the design. So we're done with this part. The next thing that we need to focus on is to focus on adding jobs and updating the profile. Then we can move on to our chart section. So it was a little bit of work to just try to fix the page because it wasn't appealing. I don't want to lie, like it wasn't appealing. So at least now it's a little bit better than before. So we can try to move on to adding a job. We want to make this functionality alive. Okay, so we will need the page that we're going to navigate to, and we need the function to post. So let's see what we can do first. So if we come to jobs in our pages here, we're going to go ahead and create a new file, and we're going to call it add jobs. Okay, so it's supposed to be add jobs.dart, just maintain uniformity. So here it's going to be a stateful widget, and we're going to call it jobs. Import material, and here we're going to return a scaffold. Inside of our scaffold, we're going to have a body. Let's have an a bar first. A preferred size. So for our size, we're going to take size from height, give it a size of 50. And as for our child, we're going to return our customer bar. So our customer bar is going to have a child, and this child is going to be the backbittian. Okay. So if we save this, and let's go and hook it up to this section to add jobs. Okay, so we're going to go back to our profile. Inside of our profile, we're going to look for the button. What we can basically do here is close the widgets that we finished working on. This is the logout, apply, upload. So it's this one. So we need to have get, and we're getting to add jobs. Let's add const over here. Okay, so this is our page. So our page is going to have almost the same design as we have in this page, almost the same design. So what we need to do here, we need to return a scaffold, a body, not a scaffold. We already returned. Instead of our scaffold, we need a body, and our body is going to be a stack. Stack requires children. So here we're going to have our first position widget. So what we can do, we can open it side by side with not side by side per se, because we need to copy these properties up until box decoration. So from here up until this section, but we need to get rid of the height inside of our container. So we need to add another bracket right here. Import our constants. Let's get rid of this height. Save. Okay, so this is what we have now. So this light blue is supposed to be our scaffold background color. So here we're going to have, let's use new blue dot value. Okay, like that. Save. After we save, we're going to have a color here, and it's going to be the same color. Save. Okay, so we need to make this white. Okay, like that. So inside, we're going to return a child. Let's format the code first. Child. For a child, we're going to go ahead and have this build styled container, and then we're going to return whatever we're going to return. So in here, we're going to return a list view, and our list view takes in children. So it's okay. So we're going to have children. For now, we leave it as empty. So we have this design, but the problem is this. Okay, I can copy the border radius from here and remove that. So now we don't have the color. So that's a problem. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so we just need to get rid of the padding, and we'll put the padding here and format the code. So whatever we're going to have in here is going to have the padding, but our design remains like this. So in here, we're going to have our forms, not our forms, but our text fields to add the job. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's bring this child down, and let's try to have a text here. So it's going to be just a string. We're going to say upload jobs, like that. Let's add consts. Let's click on this backbtn. Okay, let's leave it like that. Press back. Page, we want to have our text fields here. We need to go ahead and have a height spacer right on top, because we need to create a little bit of space on top. So here we're going to have a height spacer, and we're going to give it a 20. After that, we need to have our text field. So here our text field is build text field, right? Like that. So we require a hint text, a controller, and we require unsubmitted. Okay, so we're going to use that. So we just need to have our logic here to make sure that we are not going to submit an empty value. Okay, so we can change this p0 to something like value. Okay, so let's keep it simple. If value dot is empty. So here we do have to add a now checker to get rid of the error, so we don't have an error. So here, if it is empty, then we're going to return a message. Okay, so we're going to say, please fill this field, fill the field. Okay, so here it has to be returned like that, and we need to close it here, else we're going to just return. So we need to take care of the hint. So for first, we're going to have the job title. Okay, so here it has to be job title, and we need to go ahead and create the controller. So we're going to have quite a bunch of controllers. So let's go to the top and then add our controllers. We have to close the air bar. We are done working on it. So here, let's create our text editing controller. Okay, so this one might be long, so let's just call it a title like that. So let's just create all our controllers, and then we can move on to create our text fields. So I don't know how many I have here, but I'm just going to go through them real quick. Company. After company, we're going to have location. After location, we're going to have salary. After our salary, we're going to have contract. It's supposed to be contract right here. After our contract, let's have our description. Now that we have our description, we need image URL. That's for the logo. So this one is going to be a little bit tricky. And now we need the ones for requirement. So I'm going to call them RQ. So that this means requirement, okay? RQ1 up to RQ5. We're going to have 5 requirements. So let's add 3 more. Now we got 3, we got 4, now we got 5. Okay, so that's it for our controllers. So we need to have our title here like that, and let's save. So we have our field here. So let's visit this. So we have label here, so we can add a label as well. The label is a widget, so we're going to have text. Let's just keep it minimal. Okay, it'll be okay like that. So that's going to be our first. What we can do, let's add a padding, and we can give only bottom here, because we are trying to avoid to write a lot of lines. Okay, let's see whether it's closed or not. It's not closed, so it's going to give us trouble. So after we close, then we're going to go ahead and have our other fields. So the next one is going to be for the company. So we're just going to copy this one as it is. If there's need to adjust the padding, then we can do that. Okay, there's no need to adjust. We just need to change here the title to company. It's supposed to be company. Let's keep it as company here. Okay, and change this to company. Right at the bottom, let's have our description. So we're just going to copy this, and we're going to paste it down. Description, and here is going to be the same. So for description, we have to include max lines. It's a little bit different for our description. Okay, let's not make this description. We have to handle our location first. So let's have location like that. After our location, we can have our contract. So the best way is to just close the ones that we are done with, so that we can have a little bit of space. Contract. So one thing that you need to make sure of here is to make sure that you change these fields, okay? You change the text controller to the right one, because you don't want to send the same data over and over again. Okay, for that one is correct, this one is correct, and this one is supposed to be contract like that. Okay, close it, copy, and paste it down. So let's have our description here now. So for our description, we have to include max lines. So let's go ahead and do that. Right on top, we're going to have max lines, and we are going to have a max lines of 3. Okay, so if we have max lines, let's see, we have to change this height. Okay, the height of the size box. So we do have height, and we have to give it a height of at least 100. Let's see how it looks. 100 will do. Okay, so after this, let's close this one. We want to deal with the easier ones before we go to the most complicated ones. At the bottom, we're going to just have a reusable text, and then we can have our requirements, because we're going to have some switches. We're going to have a switcher for the hiring, or we can, yeah, we're going to have a switcher and a salary period. Now we can put it here because it'll be a lot of work if you try to use provider. Let's just have period as a text. Okay, so this one we can copy this and put it here, period. Okay, the hint text is supposed to be something like monthly, annually, or weekly. Okay, so here we're going to have salary period. Okay, and right at the bottom now we want to put our requirements. So we have 5 requirements here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we can just copy one and paste it 5 times and then make some changes. But before we do that, we need to go ahead and just have a reusable text widget. And here we have to write a requirement. Okay, and a little bit of app style, and we have to assign it to app style. Size, we're going to use 15. Color, we're going to use, let's use black. For this one, I'm just going to go with black. And our font weight, we're going to go with 600, like that. So let's save. So we have our requirements here. Now we have to put a list of fields, of text fields right at the bottom. So we need to add a comma right after this. Okay, get rid of the height since we copied that one, and get rid of max lines. Here, let's have a height spacer. We want to have a little bit of space between the widgets, so we're going to have a height of, let's have a height of 20. Add a comma. 20 is too much, so let's go ahead and put 10. 10 is okay. So here it's no longer description, it's just the requirements. We can just copy whatever we have on top here. That's going to be our hint text. Okay, the requirements, at least two lines will do. Max lines, let's have 2. For our height, let's have at least 80. Okay, so if we click, that's going to be our field. So now we have this one. We have to map it to RQ1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. And that's going to be 4. And that's going to be 3. Okay, let's save and let's check. Okay, this one is going to be 2. Okay, and right at the bottom we're going to have okay, let's leave it like that. We don't want to complicate things. Right at the bottom we're going to have the submit button. Okay, so we are done with our forms here. So this is, it's going to be the same, but we need one for the image. We are going to put it right at the top, but let's have our submit button first, and then we can deal with our image. At the bottom here, let's add, okay, there's no need for us to add a height spacer. What we need to do, we need to just go ahead and have a button. So let's go to our profile. In our profile, we have a lot of buttons that we created before. So we can get one of the buttons from here. And we paste it inside here. We just have to import, get rid of everything that's inside our own tab. And we need to import the button. Let's format the code. When it comes to our button, we need to add a text. So here we're just going to have a submit text, and we need to add an image, this image that we have right here on top. So the logic is we need to upload a URL. Just paste a URL in our text, in our controller, in our text field, I mean. So if we paste in our text field, then we are going to set the value that we have in our text field inside of our provider, and then we're going to display an image. But for starters, we are not going to have that controller. We're going to use this image. So you can just go ahead and grab an image on the internet that you like to use, or you can copy one from wherever. If we have one that we've specified, you can go to Postman, to the Postman collection, and copy one of the URL that I used to upload the jobs. Okay, so here in our app bar, our custom app bar, we need to add actions. Okay, so inside of our actions, we're going to have a circular avatar, the one that we created, the one that we were using in our profile page. So here is going to take in an image width and height. So we need to give it a width of 30. Let's give it a width of 25. It's supposed to be 25 here. And let's give it a height of 30. Okay, so here it has to be 40 and 30, like that. Let's give it a padding. No, let's wrap it around a padding. Okay, so we're going to give it a padding of 12, like that. So now it's all circular. So what we need to do, we need to have another field in here. So we're going to have it most probably before description. Okay, so this is the field for description. We're going to copy that field and we're going to add another field here. Okay, so here there's an error, not an error but a typo. It's something that we have to avoid. It's supposed to be description here, not contract. Right on top, we're going to have image URL, like that, and it's going to be the same here, but the logic is going to be a little bit different. So now we have our field for our URL. We need to get rid of these two, height and max lines. Okay, so it's going to be like that. What we're going to do here, we're going to put it in a row, and we're going to wrap the row in a size box. So we need to give our size box a width, and our width is going to be the width. Okay, as for height, we're going to take the same height as the text field, because the text field is wrapped around a container or a size box, if I'm not mistaken, and that size box has a height of 16. So we're going to put the same height here. Okay, so here we do have an error probably coming from here. Okay, so let's go ahead, add the size box, and we're going to add these properties here. We have to swap with parent, and we have to swap this with, no, not with child. Let's just remove the padding for now. Let's remove the padding. We copy these and we're going to put it in here. Let's format the code. And here we have to multiply this by 0. Let's put it to 0.8, like that. Okay. Now we do have another error. This is related to the image. So this image is supposed to be, let's see, profile pic. We're getting the profile pic here. So we changed this circular avatar image to profile pic, like that. Probably we're going to run into another error, okay, related to the email. So let's go ahead and have a logic here, a condition. So what we're going to do, we're going to say if profile is equals to null, then we're going to display this. Else we're going to display whatever we have from the profile value. Okay, hopefully that would work. Image, same. Okay, so we have to get rid of the error before we proceed. Let's see. So our init state, since it's in asynchronous, it might take time to load. So what we need to do here, let's have another condition, like if our profile pic is equals to an empty string, then we're going to display image, else we're going to have our profile pic. Okay, so we're going to check first. Okay, that worked. And so we gotten rid of the error, or the errors that we have in our profile. Now to add jobs, now we have this. So this is exactly what we want. We want this, the text field, to be slightly smaller, so that if we paste a URL here, we can be able to set it to our provider, and then we can get whatever value we have in our provider and set it here as our image. Okay, So let's go ahead and have our button here to upload, and then we can handle our provider a little bit later. So here we should be focusing on add jobs. We had to like do a little bit of detour to just solve a problem. That's okay. We don't want problems that are unsolved. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a gesture detector. So this gesture detector is going to have on tap, and for the moment we're going to have an empty function, okay? And then for our child, we're going to have an icon. So this icon is going to come from entrypoint dot upload to cloud, supposed to be upload to cloud. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So we need to have main axis alignment here, and it has to be space between. Okay, like that. And we have to increase the size of this icon. So we need to have this size property. Let's give it a size of 30. Increase it a little bit to 35. Okay, 35 would do. And let's set a color. And as for color, we're going to go ahead and use the blue color. So it's supposed to be K blue. Okay, so let's format our code so that we can see. Okay, so here it's going to be K blue. So right now we need to go ahead and wrap this thing, this size box, in a consumer widget. So what we can do, we can just close it. After closing it, then we just cut it from here. Create a little bit of space, and we need a consumer. So let's paste the code. After pasting the code, we need to import provider. After importing provider, we need to have the object that we are going to consume. So let's go ahead and open our providers, our controllers. So in here, I'm going to put it inside skills provider. Okay, so we're going to copy this string. Once we paste it down, what we need to do, we need to change this name. Okay, so we're going to use Control D. So here we're going to say logo URL, like that. And here we're going to say set logo URL. It has to be capitalized. So here, instead of using set, you can use void. Okay, if you use void, then it's going to be like the way that you're going to call this function is going to be a little bit different than the way that we were doing before and the way that we were doing all along. Okay, so let's save that. After saving, we need to go back. So let's just close some of the things that we're not using. So here we're consuming skills notifier, and here it's supposed to be skills notifier, like that. We have 5 errors. Okay, we need to add a comma here, and we need to close this properly. Let's remove the dead code. So in here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and call skills notifier. It's supposed to be skills dot logo URL, not logo URL, but set logo URL. So we are calling it like this now. We haven't done such a thing, but that's what we need to do. Okay, so here we're going to set the image to our value. So let's have another one here, another text editing controller. We're going to call it image controller. Okay, let's just copy the name, paste it here, dot text. So now that we have this, what we need to do here, we need to just print something just to test our provider. So we're going to print, and in here we have to access our skills notifier and logo URL. Okay, let's paste it down. So if we come to this size box and this build text field, we want to have unchanged. So unchanged, we want to do something. Okay, let's have value here. Okay, so we want to do it that way. So let's go back to our app bar. It's a tedious process, but we have to do it. So here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and set the logic. Okay, we need to have image controller dot text dot is empty. Then we're going to have, okay, so this should be inside, not outside. In here, it's supposed to be is not empty, or else we're going to display sizebox.shrink like that. Okay, so our URL is empty. Okay, so what we need to do here, this image should come from our provider, not from the image that we have on top. Okay, so what we can do, we can wrap it inside of a consumer, and we're consuming skills notifier. Let's paste our widget here, and here it's supposed to be skills notifier with a lowercase. After that, we copy this skills notifier. We're going to put it here, dot logo URL. Okay, so now we don't have an image because our controller is empty. So what we need to do, let's just copy this URL. We need to try something. If we copy the URL, come here and paste the URL. Okay, let's see. I cannot paste anything. Okay, the controller is wrong. Controller is wrong. The controller is wrong. It's supposed to be image controller. Let's save this here.